Started if we can.
Oh.
6 o'clock.
I was gonna say it worked.
Let's go ahead and kick off the work session. Tyler, are you heading this up?
Yeah, Jeff and I are gonna probably tag team this one a little bit, but thank you, Mayor. I'll kick us off. So there are a couple council goals that relate to improvements that either directly or indirectly relate to this building. The first is 9.2, which was geared towards the audio and visual accessibility improvements that need to be taken care of in council chambers specifically. We currently have a request for information that's been published for about a week and a half now or so. Working on getting responses to that so we can identify what solutions are available to us, and we'll be moving that into an RFP process to work through actual cost estimates and bringing that back to council for consideration. So that's actively being worked on, just waiting to get some information in before we can take it to the next step. The second goal that directly relates to this building was Council Goal 9.3, which was addressing the city's immediate space needs. It's no surprise that we have capacity challenges in this building from a staff perspective. The footprint hasn't grown in the 60 years that this building has been here. Used to house a lot of the city services. As the city grew, many of those services moved out of this building, like the library and police department, for example. And we're left with what you see today, with several staff that are doubled up in offices. We don't have privacy for key departments that have.
I did not know the police department was there, man, that's.
So the library used to be directly above us,
Mhm.
city administration on that side. The police department was where the kitchen is
Yep.
and the Sandy Net server room. The jail cells are still back there.
Before my time. Wow.
And we acquired the current Sandy Public Library location, and then the police department and the library were located there for several years, and then we got the police department built and they moved over there. So
Okay.
this building has come,
Thank
been
you.
through a lot of iterations.
Thank you for the history.
Yes. But where we're at today is a lack of capacity for the existing staff that we have, and recognizing that we have a couple unfilled positions and the future growth that will likely occur, over the next several years with staff, has led to some, immediate capacity issues and trying to address some of those issues. Not identified in a council goal, but something that's talked about a lot with our staff are just some of the safety concerns that they have with this building, with the lack of secure space. We've added some locks to some doors so that you can't just walk right into our back offices anymore, but we have relatively low counters that you could hop over pretty easily. They're not really attached to the wall. We've got had some concerns or some concerning situations and altercations that have happened in recent years as well. And so trying to, in conjunction with addressing the capacity issues, address some of those safety concerns that we have as well. I think I'm going to pause here and just kick it over to you, Jeff, to sort of expand on how we got to our capacity options how we got to the options that we were going to talk about this evening as far as addressing those capacity concerns. You probably want to share your screen and walk through some of those examples.
Sure, okay. Yeah, sorry, Tyler,
I probably kicked it over to you sooner than
I think,
you were expecting.
so council, as Tyler said, so this was, addressing our capacity needs was something that was identified about a year and a half ago during, well, a little over a year ago during goal setting. So
Currently, it's been longer than that, but as a formal
Yeah.
goal.
The first thing that we did is we really took that ball and ran with it and said, okay, well, what would it take? What if you were going to actually do a serious renovation to this building? What would that look like? And what would it cost? It's just because we had never actually done that process, to my knowledge, with an architect and all that kind of stuff.
So not an expansion, just relay interior changes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So there's only like one load bearing wall upstairs, a couple posts. And so the starting point of this was that we didn't have any walls at all upstairs, with the exception of the support beams. What could you create and how would that lend itself to better capacity? As you know, we've got a lot of lobby space, we've got a lot of circulation space. How could you better use the existing footprint? It's kind of the catalyst of where we start.
Have we looked at, and I would assume that we have, but being that this is a city hall and is part of critical infrastructure, FEMA grants or any type of grant for critical infrastructure remodels. So, my example would be the fire station, some of that was urban renewal, but 1.5 million of that was grant money for critical infrastructure for the exoskeleton for earthquake proofing.
Wow.
So have we tried to find anything like that or looked at anything like that? Because-
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
You may know differently from working with Kelly on this project.
I don't know that we've looked into, that's an interesting thought, honestly, Counselor.
Mhm.
I'm not an expert on the qualifications for some of those grants. You know, if the PD, ironically, if the PD was still here, maybe we'd have an easier
Well, it's
time.
still, well, I don't know. And I mean, I guess I would just challenge you to take some time and maybe
Yeah.
look, because with this being City Hall and you still are talking about, I mean, this would be still considered critical infrastructure for the city of Sandy. In an emergency, this would be potentially an
Certainly.
EOC or a variety of other things. So
Our EOC currently is over at the PD, but taking your point, certainly,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
need
yeah.
to do our homework on that.
Yeah.
Especially with the internet resources.
And the
here.
Sandy net, yeah, that's a very excellent point.
Which nothing over at
Yeah.
NDPD will work if this is.
I would say,
I'm
It's a
just
great
saying,
point.
it's a
Yeah, it's a
possibility,
good
you
point.
know, to explore.
yeah,
So-
absolutely. The only thing I would add to that is, you know, nothing that we are about to talk about is structural related. It's just the movement of walls and such. That's an absolutely fantastic point, something we should address and look
No, I
into
get,
further.
yeah, and I totally get that because I read all this
Yeah.
information, but just thinking like long-term,
Yep,
you know, that maybe there's an opportunity if we were to be able to get a grant or apply for a grant to actually, you know, maybe not change the footprint, but maybe add on or go up as another story
Yeah.
or, you know, whatever. So,
absolutely. Thank you for that.
As Tyler was saying, so the first thing that we did is we kind of looked at what does the full meal deal look like? And so I'm sharing some conceptual plans that we did work through. And this is kind of like a full, how would you describe this, Tyler? I mean, this is a full re-envisioning and renovation of, you know, the upstairs of City Hall. You would get 5 new workspace, at least that.
Yeah, so this was upstairs and downstairs modifications.
I'm showing the upstairs right
What
now.
am I looking at? In the handouts, it's not in the handout?
Seven.
This is the second page of Exhibit B. Right now.
Thank you.
Yep. And you know, you see a generous new conference room space, you see a number of new workspaces, you see kind of a realignment of the front counters and how it would work, and you know, obviously a whole bunch of HVAC and electrical work that would go into it, and it was a considerable investment. And then critically as well, here's the downstairs. Look at this reorientation of the council chambers, where the council would be sitting along this wall where Tyler and I are currently sitting. People would be able to walk. It's, you know, they can see the council
They
from
can
the
come in the
lobby. It's a more,
How novel.
yeah, coming in the back, exactly, instead of coming in the side. And then over on the left side, what is now the break room, or no, I should say what's behind the break room now, the former kind of jail cell space, would be a much more functional archives, storage facility and things like that. Anyway, oh, and as well, putting in a proper elevator, which is not cheap. But you know, there are, I think, ADA improvement requirements that come with a major investment like this, and that's you know, a big undertaking as well. And you kind of reorient the stairwell and the elevator. All of this, when we priced it out, Tyler, what do you recall? I think, is it in the staff report? I don't have it in front of me right here.
Yeah, it
would be a
about
considerable-
$1.5 million to do
It's a
this full renovation.
A 7-figure investment. And I think that Tyler said, you know, this is wonderful. I don't know that this is really something that we can bite off right now just because of that price tag. And so Tyler sort of challenged us to, okay, what's a plan B?
What do you get from that? I mean, other than it's pretty, what do you get more of? How many more offices? How many more, what do you get?
So some key takeaways from upstairs, you get 1 entry point instead of 2 entry.
Right.
There's still 2 different front counters for the 2 different services, but they're kind of routed through a hallway or lobby space. Certainly some safety and security improvements, obviously, with a project that big. Jeff mentioned some significant HVAC and electrical work. This concept had walls that went to the ceiling
Right,
for
thank you.
each of those offices that you see here. That's not cheap when currently everything is on one switch with, one light switch lights all the offices currently, and one thermostat is, functioning for each side of the building. And so there's just a lot of like expense that doesn't actually get you a whole lot visually, right? Because it's the bones and the interior sort of elements that eat up a lot of the
1.5.
cost.
Get a major remodel inside, no new roof. You would get new HVAC.
You'd get new or at least somewhat new HVAC. I don't know how much of the existing, infrastructure would use. But really the benefit to this full scale improvement would have been one lobby, or one entry rather, the security improvements, and then the private office space, for each of those offices, so that you can still have a very conducive, group environment when you want, but you can also shut your door and work on your quiet task when you need to work on your quiet task and not hear all the noise of the front counter and the background. It also, so because of the way that layout worked, the front lobby on the development services side of the building becomes a conference room, because you can kind of move things around and utilize that space differently. And then we'd be able to use the existing conference room as more of our copier, mail machine, those central sort of core office functions that currently reside not in the middle of both workspaces, but kind of off in a corner. So better flow maybe is a more concise comment. And some additional privacy. Downstairs, the reorientation of this room resulted in additional capacity in terms of sound. There was the initial thought that you don't have as deep of a room if the orientation of this room is shifted, so people that are in the audience could likely hear council members or staff better. And then part of that would also include, audio visual upgrades, because you'd be tearing out the ceiling and reorienting the dais and things like that. So by default, you get a lot of those improvements because the space was being totally rehabbed.
Can I ask questions? The Sandy Net space that you have allocated there, is this equipment? There's 165 square feet, the small one. And then there's the large one, 268. Is that office or equipment or combination?
Those are server equipment.
This is all just the server and data center?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So we still wouldn't have addressed where will the Sandy Net people hang out? Yeah.
Correct.
No.
That is another concept in the works, not to totally derail this topic, but because that comment was raised, I'll just add that I have tasked Greg with putting together some design concepts for a new build down at the operations center. We have the property, it's just a matter of designing a building. There was $100,000 set aside in this biennium's budget within the Sandy Net department to develop a design for a future building. So we'll be working on that throughout the rest of the biennium to try to get to hopefully a path forward, right? Here's our design set. Now let's just figure out how to fund it and when we can advance that.
Wasn't that effort also kind of building off of what Andy had done for her transit office?
Yeah, so the initial concept, because we already have a design going on down there, was, hey, Greg and team, we've got a blueprint for an administrative building for Andy. What can we do with that same building so that we're not recreating the wheel? Like take the square foot or that footprint and maybe you move some walls around internally or something, but let's see what we can do. Kind of, it's a 2-for-1 for lack of a better term. There's some challenges with that just because the operations are different for a break room for transit drivers versus a permanent office space and storage space for Sandy Net equipment, but we're working through some of those concepts right now.
Do you want to take it?
Go ahead. You're doing great.
So, all right. So when we got those cost estimates back and, some time went by, we kind of slept on it and Tyler, said, okay, well, what's plan B? That would be a lower cost option that would fix the most critical needs that we have right now, which are we need to get at least a couple new workspaces very soon. And then there is this kind of safety issue that has been nagging at us for a long time. A lot of that is front counter safety. by the way, one thing that we should mention as well, Tyler, is we've done a lot of training lately as well on building safety and, things that you don't like to talk about, but active shooter stuff and all that. So we've been doing the training side of it. But we're really interested in trying to address the physical side of it as well. If we can do it in a cost-effective manner. So I think we've put together some ideas here that would work. I'm not sharing my screen anymore. Let me go ahead and do that. What you're seeing here in Exhibit C is this kind of more modest way of attacking this problem. And so this is around $150,000 because we put this out to bid recently. And what you get for 150 is you're going to get, first of all, the front counter, we're going to be able to put up that kind of safety glass that you're used to seeing in a lot of, that's not showing up well, but you probably saw it in your packet. So we'll be able to protect our front counter employees in a way that you would see in most city halls built these days, or at a bank, or those sorts of things. But you're also going to be able to get this additional capacity just by reorienting our existing workspaces here. Tyler, so we're
When you say
changing.
here, I can't see your mouse.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we had like a laser pointer.
We really do, don't we? So,
Here, I'm gonna.
Tyler, yeah, we'll do the old
Where's
fashioned.
the yardstick?
We can. Yeah,
So this design, can everyone hear me okay? This design still has two entry points, and two front lobbies. The key difference on the west side of the building, currently the front counter is here. It's reorienting it here where we have our big bulletin board currently. This is gonna allow for better sight lines between both front counters so they can see what's happening. Oftentimes, the only thing we can hear is, or the only thing we can observe is what we hear. And you might have a loud person that's not concerning or violent or problematic at all. They just speak really loudly, but there's a lot of like, get up and walk around the corner and see what's going on. And so just having better sight lines so that there's visually that sort of knowing what's going on, when and where. Excuse me. We'd be constructing a wall where the current front counter is so that you can have another workstation here. Building some additional walls. If you're familiar with upstairs, where our folding machine is, there's a window there currently kind of between Jeff's office and where Carrie, our our accountant sits. Dividing that space up better to have two workstations.
Tyler, can I have a question? What are
Yeah.
the two X's on either side of the bathrooms there, the individual bathroom?
Those are currently where the pitched roof is on the exterior. We have some big windows, so those are just showing like open lighting. That's not a structural.
So there's nothing footprint on it to put in there?
No, so there's a wall that would be constructed, but those two X's are just currently allowing natural light in from, it's like a two-story.
Yeah, it's just
There's no floor.
There's a,
No,
there's
it's just
not
in
a
the
floor,
hallway.
no, it's just natural light coming into the office space.
Because the reason I ask that is because, what's always kind of raised red flags for me with your layout is when you talk about the safety and you've got two front desk off, spaces like that.
Mhm.
And then also, oftentimes somebody's at lunch or whatever, you got one person there instead of two. But you've got, times two. And so when if you could put all four of them in the kind of the same area, then you more likely have two, one per person on each department goes to lunch or something at a time, but you still got two people there. So, but I guess that's more of the big kahuna alternative
The
there,
first
right?
A bigger undertaking, but we have tried to address some of that through some training, and just talking about how to be more purposeful about communicating and being safe in those situations. But yeah, I mean, we did discuss that, Mayor. It's just that's a much bigger investment in the building, I think, at that point.
And I would just say that reorienting the two front counters so they're looking at each other does help resolve some of that when there's only one person working on one side.
Right.
They're not totally out of sight, out of
True,
mind.
that's a good point.
You can visualize them a little more regularly. Another key element of this design, currently our conference room is right here. This proposal would split the conference room in two, creating one private office on the west side, as well as enclosing this workstation and creating a private office there. So this design only yields two offices that have ceilings that, walls that go to the ceiling. That would be for HR and city administration so that they can have personnel meetings, phone calls, litigation calls, things like that without having to walk in the park or the electrical room or somewhere else in this building where you try to find some privacy. That's our current practice right now. You may be wondering, what are you gonna do with a really small conference room? We really only use the conference room upstairs for smaller staff meetings, like 3 or 4 of us that go in a room and do something collaboratively. Most of the time, if we have more than 4 people, we're utilizing this space down here. Because it's bigger, it's easier to access, less if there's non-city staff coming to those meetings, it's less walking through private workstations. So we utilize this space a lot more post-COVID than we ever used to pre-COVID. And so I think we'll still have adequate meeting space to address those conference room needs. That will just be more of like about one-off. We've got 3 or 4 staff members going into a room. Otherwise, the external meetings would happen down here. Jeff, did I miss anything?
No, that's what I was gonna say.
Okay.
So it's a total, it's a net gain of how many workspaces again?
This creates 3 additional workspaces over what we have currently. Which, you know, if you're asking, does that solve our capacity problem for 20 years? Probably not. I don't think you can solve our capacity problem for 20 years with the existing footprint that we have. Even with the $1.5 million option, I think. For a,
It's not really buying this that much square footage, right?
right, yeah, I mean,
It doesn't
the,
buy any square footage, it's just better use.
yeah, the long term, I might regret saying this. The long-term capacity solution here is really probably pushing out this way where we have a bunch of bushes. You could gain another with 2 floors, probably 3,000 square feet. That's gonna be a heck of a lot of money that would not be able to happen really anytime soon. And at that point, you're talking about, cutting through concrete walls, relocating all the HVAC units because they're in a closet, as well as the air conditioning units that are outside. That becomes a much larger scale project. That could certainly be a future phase, but I don't see the funding mechanism in place currently to accomplish something that actually creates additional square footage at that level.
So no changes on floor 2 though with this proposal.
No changes on floor
Whatever
2.
Floor we call this.
Yeah, no changes on the lower level.
Well,
With this,
there was discussion though of the audio. Can you speak to
Separately.
that?
yeah, so that'll be a separate, with the $150,000 that we've mentioned, that really focuses on safety and capacity upstairs. That's not addressed on this level, but like I said earlier, the work that needs to happen on this level is actively being pursued right now. The RFI closes on May 1st. We're gonna immediately take the information we get on May 1st to draft the RFP. That'll be live for, 3 or 4 weeks as we would normally do, so I conceivably late spring, early summer with a package back before the council to address the accessibility challenges from an audiovisual perspective for this room.
Okay.
Looking at that exhibit C, is there a reason, going back one further to where the original design, the 1.5, where they've just placed planters in front of the second entrance?
Yeah.
Right.
Why can't we just do that? That's pretty cheap. Close off that second entrance, then you gain all of that extra space in the front of the planning division, and then that table that kind of sits weird in the hallway can be up there, and that could be like a real place to meet.
So I'm gonna break that into a couple comments from me, and then Jeff, feel free to jump in. Those planters were placed there in this concept specifically to sort of deter patrons that come here frequently from trying to open up, the conference room door, so to speak, and kind of force everyone to route through that main entry. So to your point, we could still put some sort of barrier, whether it's a planter or something else, on that entry and route everyone through the west side of the building. And that would open up some additional capacity in that current lobby space. I mean, they would still have a front counter that they would need to operate off of. But you could probably move like that meeting space table that we use for the planner on duty and pivot that to the actual vestibule location and kind of free it. Move some furniture around. There's probably a better way of saying that, but we could certainly explore that option. I don't think building a planter is, a huge cost. But it would still give us the line of sight to the other side.
Can I ask the question a little differently?
Sure.
Is there an option somewhere short of 1.5 million that creates a single counter? I mean,
Not
I
that
don't
we-
know how much inflow we have at the counter every day between the two sides. But I think two things happen. There's inquiries, quick inquiries, quick payments, and then there's longer discussions that could occur.
Mhm.
If you create the right space for those longer discussions, could you get by with one counter? And then do what, when Councilor Lindy was talking about in terms of reclaiming that space for additional offices or whatever.
So I think the challenge that we have currently from a staff, the way that our staff function is that the person working the front counter is the only person that does that job. Like we don't have and I might not use the correct position titles here, but we don't have like an admin assistant that is the jack of all trades that knows how to receive a building permit or take a utility payment or answer those routine court questions, right? Everyone kind of has their specialized duty. As far as like, taking a payment, sure, we could do some more cross training on those easy things.
I'm not even talking about that. I think I'm talking about co-locating the functions there. Do we really need 6 or 7 feet, 8 feet of counter space, all day long for each side?
I think so. No, but do we utilize it in the best way we can? Yes. I mean, it becomes a de facto meeting space. Often, there'll be a 10-15 minute interaction with a customer or court, a defendant that is,
Agreed, but if people are online, that's a terrible place to have that discussion, right? A
Yes.
small room would be much more suited.
if that room was set up appropriately. I mean, I don't think that I would want a court clerk in a room with a defendant answering court questions. That's part of the reason why we need a barrier, because some of those interactions are tense and difficult. Most often, the interactions that take the longest, at least on the admin side, because that's the side that I'm more familiar with, I overhear all of that, right? Most of the time, it's people that are unhappy with whatever the issue is, unhappy with their bill, unhappy with their payment plan, unhappy with their court issue or their trial. And so, I would be hesitant to put those individuals with staff in a private space to deal with
It could
those.
be completely glassed.
Let me ask this, that kind of gets to.
I don't
what
think
his
that would
point is.
address the safety concerns that our staff are feeling currently with a counter dividing them. So putting them in the same room with someone without
One of
a
the-
supervisor or
Yeah.
someone else, I think.
Or
would
police
present some
officer.
issues, yeah.
One of the options that I do see, and because when I asked you about that X stuff, I'm like, I'm looking at this again, trying to understand your answer, and that's exactly where our water staff sit right now, because there's a chair there.
Mhm.
So there is a floor there.
There's a floor, but there's no ceiling.
It's marking the ceiling, not the.
It's marking the
floor.
ceiling, not the floor.
So
Right,
normally you
okay,
next would
but-
mark the whole
Right,
floor.
but my
Yeah,
point
it's
is,
not
okay, let me
this.
just start over. Okay, so when you're talking about what your question is, and the whole idea of trying to kind of get consolidated front desk staff, one option might be is go ahead and build what you have to the left with the two chairs there where it says seat height and all that, and then leave the water billing folks right there. And whether that's court or, maybe it's the planning to the new part and keep the water and the court stuff to the south. But that kind of gets you your front desk staff people all in one area, because the ones, large space that's people just kind of hanging around. I mean, I don't go there all the time, so you guys would have to tell me that, that whole waiting area just fills up with people. And if you had two departments there of waiting people, it would be untenable. Or it's not really that crowded, and you could get away with having the occasional, need to sit down and wait in that open area that's already existing, but utilize both front counters in one area. And then that would free up all your spot on the other side. Or you could turn the whole thing around and do it, you know, vice versa or something like that, whatever works, gives you more space. Just something to think about.
Yeah, I mean, I think on paper that sounds great. I think in practice it becomes challenging. I mean, it's already challenging for, again, I'm speaking for court and utility staff because I'm more familiar with their operations. When both of them are talking on the phone at the same time and then someone comes in, like there's no really good delineation of space, right? And what we do in this building all day is talk, right? It's answering phone calls, it's dealing with the patrons. And so if you add two more people that are talking all day, I don't know how effective that workstation really becomes with the amount of background noise and continual interruptions. So that would be
Well,
one
I
of
think,
my concerns.
sorry, I think the other big issue that we haven't talked about yet is that if we did that, then we would be pretty substantially separating those development services staff from the rest of their, and so often
Wow.
there's discussion or they need a supervisor to give some input, and that would make that extremely difficult, I think.
I understand that. And so, but my question is kind of still going back to that 10 desk access, you know, there's a chair there. So what spaces, who's using that space now? It's not the front desk people, right? It's now,
Are you talking about the east side of the
there's
building?
one
Talking
chair.
about where the big
Next.
exits are, where it shows the
Well,
skylighting.
Right, so
No, on the
here,
left side, there's a
Right.
chair there.
yep,
So
So
what's becoming of that
currently-
space?
currently this is utility and court clerk. They'd be
Exactly.
moving over here.
So,
I haven't talked to, so Jeff and Tyler, I haven't talked about who's sitting where. I don't know if we've had that battle yet.
right.
No, I think we generally know.
But you know, there's front
Okay,
counter
sure.
staff. I'm gonna just assign people. Don't
Right.
vote on any of this. Accounting staff, finance director, senior accountant, deputy city manager, communications. This, you know, is a workstation that could accommodate two people. So again, there's a little bit of capacity for future staff.
What's the box there where it says realigned act ceiling or something? What's that whole room now? Is that an office?
this here that you're looking at? I can't read what this
Yeah,
says.
Yeah.
that's gonna be
That would
the
be
HR
ours.
director office.
Okay, that's an office.
Yeah,
And so then that space across the way could also possibly be an office. Right?
yes, so
Where the
this,
utility billing sits now.
That'll be
I mean,
extra
it'll be a
work.
workstation of some sort.
Yeah,
If there's gonna
okay.
be an office, it would be
Yeah.
a little bit more of a challenge, because
Right.
that wall would need to go all the way to the ceiling, which is then gonna disrupt the
Yeah, I
natural
get
light that
that.
comes in.
Yeah. No, the only thing I was a little bit concerned about was that having the conference room in there, because, you know, we do meet with public in there and, you know, PGE and whoever,
Yeah,
and, you know, having, you know, some little, very small meeting room is a little, it's okay, but, you know, if, you know, 3 or 4 people can only be the maximum, you know, that's kind of limits it. And you don't have very much conference meeting room, you know, if this is busy, then you're out of luck. So anyways, just a suggestion of kind of how to,
Yeah.
you know,
Tell me if I'm wrong about this, but I think part of so we share your concern about that conference room, obviously we do. But I think 6 is the rule of thumb, I think, for what the number of people, and part of the reason for that is that the kitchenette that no longer gets used at all would go away. So you do get a little bit more length to the room than maybe you're imagining.
okay, all right, yeah.
and the other thing I would just add to that is, you know, to your point about meeting with PGE or something else, yes, we do use that room currently. But many, you know, we don't have a lot of those meetings, right? Many of the meetings that take place in the conference room or down here are my one-on-ones. I have an office that has a door and it goes to the ceiling. I don't need to take up this whole space for just the mayor and I, or just Counselor Hokinson and I when we're having a meeting. We have a private space upstairs.
Yeah.
Same thing with the HR director, right? She's taking up a
Yeah.
whole room to have a private meeting with one employee. That can happen in her office. It actually has a door that closes now and is a little more soundproof. And so I think the way we use the spaces that we have currently change because we do have a couple more private options that we don't need to spill over into.
And I know planning used to use that for pre-apps and, you know, they
Mhm.
used to have it probably more than anybody else. So, yeah, anybody have any other comments or questions?
I just want to reinforce that I think that if you utilize the 2 counters like you already have, but just close that second door, and everybody goes in one, I think it's way less confusing for the public because I still am like, "Ugh, which side am I going in? And I also think you just utilize that little extra space for the cost of a lock and some planters.
Yeah, point taken. I appreciate that comment.
And I guess my 2 cents is just that I think you guys use the building and you know how best to utilize it. So I trust your design.
Thank you. I mean, in a perfect world, we'd be looking at that full remodel and I'd be coming in here with pretty pictures and displays and, an easel with all those pictures. And I think that's a really big bite at the apple, and now's not the time for that full scale. This is a relatively, hate to say inexpensive for 150,000 because it's not nothing, but it's a relatively inexpensive project that gets us some of those immediate capacity and safety issues resolved now instead of much later.
I also think you'd have people picketing in the streets.
Yeah,
I mean, I wasn't gonna say that, but yeah.
it'd be pretty tone deaf, and we're aware of
It would
that.
be very tone
Yeah,
deaf.
right.
So thank you for not being here.
Rich, do you have any thoughts or comments?
No, the only thing I would say is in that $150,000 down the budgetary thing, I'd like to stay away from urban renewal as much as possible.
Okay,
And I would second that.
sure.
Chrissy, you have any other thoughts on
No, it all sounds really good. I can't think of anything I would plan better.
it?
If we were to have a look, sorry,
Okay, go ahead.
if we were to look at the first option at some point in time and down the road, just given what you've said about smaller conference room, the first option doesn't reflect a smaller conference room, so there probably is an opportunity to pick up a couple more office spaces with a smaller conference room. Yeah, and I also doing what we're changing everything will change the HVAC, and we will run into hot and cold spots that will require additional money and additional changes. So we should probably factor that into whatever we're doing so that we just plan on some follow-up work after the fact.
Yeah, so thank you for that. Part of the 150 does include some mini splits or whatever the appropriate terminology is for
think
those
I think it's
three
mini-
new.
I think it's
Yeah,
mini splits.
okay. For the three private offices, HR, admin, and the conference room. So those will be on a separate system, in part to address not having to replace the entire HVAC system, but address the concerns with those three sort of offices that are all lined up.
Gonna talk next steps or?
Yeah, next step. So as Jeff said earlier, we put this out to bid because we were trying to get a good accurate cost estimate and not just a architect estimate. So we do have a bid in hand that we could move forward with. Assuming that we've answered the council's questions and addressed those concerns, we could bring that back as quickly as April 20th. And get that signed and get this work done this summer.
How many more bids are out?
We received 6.
Five or six, yeah. So, yeah, the bidding period's over, right? So we and actually, the bidder agreed to honor the bid for 60 days, which is not usual. And so it does allow, which allowed us to have this conversation with the council first. We didn't want to just spring a contract on you out of nowhere. So we can bring that at the next meeting and still have that time to have you consider approval of it.
And what would be the implementation for the audio stuff that's so important? I'm sorry, I'll get.
Yeah.
That's.
So as Tyler said, so we have a, what's the acronym?
It's like RFI, request for information.
So this is the sort of thing, so I'll play dumb because I am dumb on this. We don't know what we don't know, right? So our process is basically, okay, consultants, come in and look at this room, tell us what you think this room needs. And then we're going to take all that and then use it to develop an RFP for people to bid on those things that we need, right? So that it's a 2-step process. So right now, it's the RFI. People are coming up with proposals for what this room needs. That is out for another 3 weeks or so. That'll be done on, what'd you say, May 1st?
May 1st is when it closes.
So then we will then take that information, determine whether we, to what extent we agree with what they're saying, and then develop an RFP to it. your question, Mayor, I think was how soon?
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of feel like that's kind of been my. push
Absolutely.
From an ADA standpoint for a long time, and so I'm glad this other thing's going forward, but I just
Yeah.
kind of want to
Yep.
keep our eye on the ball on the primary
So
priority.
we'll get the RFI responses no later than May 1st. I know we've already got one respondent, and another that is looking to come and tour the room to see exactly what can be done. So we should get some good information by May 1st. It'll take 2 or 3 weeks to incorporate the findings of that into an RFP document. So let's call that the end of May. And then we'll publish the RFP for 3 to 4 weeks. So we're looking at the end of June before that closes, and then evaluating those bids, bringing them back to council. So
So implementation this
July,
summer,
what's that?
we can implement this summer.
We can get a contract before the council
Yeah.
this summer, absolutely. As far as implementation, I don't know what will be implemented, right? So if
Right.
it's you need to demo the room and start from scratch because it's awful, which I don't think will be the answer, but let's say it is, that's probably a little longer than.
Yeah,
Monitors,
I just don't
mics,
understand. I mean, I
speakers.
don't think it's a structural problem. I mean, you got cables running all over the walls and stuff. So, I mean, for me, and I'm gonna be admittedly ignorant about this, but it's not so much a room problem as it is a technology problem of how do these other entities that do Zoom and amplify the speakers in the room for the people in the room.
Right.
What's the technology that does that doesn't get you feedback or messes up the quality of the people listening and the people hearing it on Zoom. So that's kind of like the technology part of it. And I'm sure we can, manage the wires or the technology to, look at least, if not better, at least the same as how it
Yeah.
is now. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm coming from.
I think from a quick and dirty implementation, right? There's probably a range, right? There's the bare minimum you can do, there's a little bit fancier, and then there's the big bed in the Goldilocks, scenario, sort of the big stool. Right? They've got various options. Stool? Well, isn't there like a small chair and a medium chair and a big chair and a small, I don't know. I tried you've got 3 different options, right? There's a small
Papa
chair, you have a
Bear,
large.
you've got the Papa Bear at the top.
And
of the
yeah,
list.
okay. Well,
Something about porridge. I don't know.
there's porridge, sure. There's gonna be a variety of implementation possibilities, right? If we're talking about just the technology component and it working in the existing framework of the building, then I think the timeline to implement will just be whatever the backlog to order the materials and get it installed. So a couple weeks, a couple months, not a year, not some long-term thing. My biggest concern is making sure that the technology we have in that closet that none of you ever look at will integrate appropriately, and some of that could have a longer lead time. Again, I'm not an expert, but it's not going to Best Buy and buying some new microphones, right? Everything's gotta integrate together. We also have to keep in mind that much of the infrastructure in this room also gets used for court purposes, which doesn't broadcast virtually, right? So we want to make sure that whatever we have can be both from a virtual environment for council and planning commission meetings, but also shut that capacity down and just operate in a normal, boring room with the microphones that only amplify to the speakers that are here. So I'm probably overcomplicating it because I'm not a tech guy. I don't know,
Right.
that's not my area of expertise.
Everybody else has figured out how to
Um,
solve this Zoom and audio
Yeah.
problem, so it can't be that
I think
challenging.
the council wants to know that we feel the urgency.
Right, okay.
And before this meeting, there were 4 or 5 different things that went wrong with our tech in this room. I would just want to assure the council, boy, do we want to get this solved too.
Okay.
Yes, we do. So we're gonna push forward.
And it's funny because couple times I've met with, Tyler in my monthly meeting and when we're talking about a thorny issue or something, I always kind of say, it's really helpful to bring to council, kind of like a Goldilocks and the 3 bears. Bring us 3 alternatives. One's too hot, one's too cold, and one's just right.
I went with the stool instead of the porridge. I should have gone with the porridge, I guess. Yeah, so no, we, like Jeff said, we feel the urgency. I mean, this room is a pain for those of us that are here every day as well. Part of that process, though, once we have the RFI for sort of the technology components, I assume we'll probably need to have a work session to talk about what you all want to see from a screen perspective, right? Do you like these screens? Would you prefer to have a screen that drops? You know, we used to have a screen that dropped here, which was great for this half of the dais, but not for the two that sat here because you couldn't see anything. And I wasn't city manager then, but you know, you can't present well when the screen is behind you. So wouldn't recommend that option again. But I think there's probably a room for discussion on what all do you actually use? Do you need those screens? Are you good with the laptops? Would you rather go with iPads that you can hold yourselves? I know some some cities have, you know, iPads for each of their council members instead of a laptop. So that'll be like the secondary, once we figure out what microphones and speakers we need and recording technology we need, then we could talk about what do you need to see and how do you want to see it.
Any other thoughts, Don?
Don, not important.
Okay.
While we're talking about this building, so there's still 14 minutes.
You don't have to use them.
Well, Counselor Sheldon made a comment. I don't know if you were joking or not about the paint colors. A couple of meetings ago when you and I were talking,
The outside?
the outside
Yeah.
paint colors.
Thanks, Jordan.
They're not my favorite colors. I don't think they're anyone in this room's favorite colors as well. We do have a separate project that we're exploring right now on a roof replacement for this building. The last couple of years, we've replaced the senior center roof, police department roof. This roof is continually leaking and needs some repairs as well. As you know, part of the roof is painted, so this has now spurred my internal conversation of replacing the roof and the paint color on the roof. Do I want to match the hideous red, or is there an appetite? I'm seeing a no matching of the hideous red head shake. So I pose this not like I need a decision tonight, but just keep this in mind that as we do some other improvements to this building, if there's an appetite to explore a different paint color, I'm more than happy to have that
I
conversation.
seem to remember painting this building costing a crazy amount of money.
It was in conjunction with some siding replacement as well.
Okay.
Oh, that's
So
right, yeah.
we re-sided, I think 3 sides of the building
Okay.
when we repainted. So yes, and then we did the rock, the
Yeah,
stone
right.
faces.
Remember that.
So
That was
the
awesome.
overall project is
Yeah.
very expensive. The painting itself wasn't. And we just, you know, we redid the paint at the police station. It was like a really low cost. I mean, that was like 12,000. I don't think we're gonna get that lucky on this building, but
The police station,
I think the police station was like 12,000 when that got repainted.
the
Like
color
2
on
years
that
ago?
one, that kind
For you.
of, I don't know, like, I mean, that kind of goldy brown kind
But
of.
we just repainted the same colors that were there on that building. We didn't go rogue.
Yeah.
You know, this building, I think, was a very nice sandy style building that had that dark brown face color with the green roof and the green trim and blended in with the amenities that we have at the park and match the entryway sign that goes down into Mining Park and a similar look to the museum.
Yeah.
And then Jordan.
And
And then
then I'm
Jordan.
trying not to throw Jordan under the bus.
It's all right, I already
He
did.
admittedly will say that this was not a great decision on his part.
Yeah.
Um,
And he took heat for it almost immediately.
yes, I will note that I did not recommend these colors when we
Yeah.
were talking about that. But it sounds like there's an appetite to have a discussion around if the opportunity presents itself, repainting this building.
Right. Good. Any other comments, thoughts? Very good. Okay, we will adjourn the workshop and start the meeting up at 7:00. This is a rare occasion to have almost a full house. Let's go ahead and start the meeting up with the pledge of allegiance, please. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Jeff, can we do roll call, please?
Yes, Counselor Mayton.
He is excused.
Okay, Counselor Smallwood.
Here.
Counselor Sheldon.
Here.
Counselor Ramsair.
Here,
Counselor Hanley.
here.
Counselor Hokinson.
Here.
Mayor Walker.
Here. Okay, we have the agenda tonight isn't too packed. We have public comment. So if folks have come here for either something that's not on the agenda or something like that doesn't have any public hearings being held as part of it, that would be the time to comment. And after that, we've got the consent agenda, which only has the meeting minutes. We've got a presentation by the fire district folks here tonight about the annexation. We have a proclamation for Arbor Month. We have quite a few, 3 resolutions regarding system development charges, methodologies, and SDC rates, which most folks are here for. And then we've got at the end a discussion about the ODOT speed investigation report that we just received back from ODOT, and report from the city manager and committee and council reports. So with that, is there any changes to the agenda? Okay, well, let's go ahead and get started on public comments. Yes. I have one here. Right to it behind. Thank you. Let's have Michael come up, please.
Hello. My name is Michael Modica. Last name is Modica. Resident of Sandy, live at 38100 Sandy Heights Street, apartment 40. I'm here to talk tonight about an incident that happened over the weekend in my apartments where a resident was exposing himself to adults and children. And my concern is that there isn't an ordinance or a statute that I'm aware of in the city of Sandy that states that he broke a law. When the police showed up after I called them, I was asked a very personal question of whether or not the gentleman was masturbating. I asked if that mattered, and they said, yes, it does. Because in the state of Oregon, you aren't considered displaying or being indecent exposure unless there is sexual intent. And that just was puzzling beyond belief to me that something that a gentleman in his probably mid-50s was doing in front of children and other residents. And I'm just concerned with that. I think that there should be something on the books that helps protect people, especially children, you know, just not just adults. I mean, adults know what to do in that situation. I was with my son. Luckily, he just didn't turn around. He goes, I'm not going to do it. You know, he's 17. He's a junior at the high school. And ironically, the only city that I could find that did have a statute or an ordinance was Portland. But we were told that since, you know, they had the new bike race or bicycle, whatever they do every year, that's one of the reasons why, you know, but they don't, for some reason, pursue it, you know. It's just puzzling to me. You know,
Clarification, Mike, this gentleman was outside.
he was on his balcony of his apartment, overhang that goes over a sidewalk in the apartments there. I wish I had a map. I'd be able to show you exactly how it is, but full view. I wasn't the only resident that saw it. You know, of course, we reported it to the manager, and the manager and their attorneys are doing what they can. Now, it's my understanding that the gentleman won't be there after the 16th, that he's going to vacate the apartment, but that's all I was able to be told, you know, with HIPAA and other, you know, privacy concerns, which is a little bit reassuring, but whether or not he actually puts keys in someone's hands and he's gone, you know, we're still kind of watching our backs. I've had an incident with a gentleman moving my security camera on my back patio. And since there's public walkways back there, basically, I think it's called a greenway, that there's really nothing that they can do about it, even though, you know, other residents and myself saw him on patios and peering in windows and things like that. It's just, it's an unsafe situation. And there's probably more to it with the gentleman. Maybe there's other issues that he has, but I don't think that someone should have special rights over equal rights, I guess you can say. You know, so kind of an old term.
Well, thank you for coming and bringing that to our attention. It is a little shocking to think that Portland is the one that has ordinances that deal with that. So we don't usually, as a matter of practice, we don't respond to the comments because we have to have the staff to have a chance to look at it. So I expect that that's what's going to happen here. And we'll be reporting back at the next meeting to kind of give some more insights from the police, I'm assuming, and any other staff, and the opportunity for ordinances that are code enforcement things that might be able to help us in that. And so thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to stay for the rest of the meeting, but I've been up since 3:30 and I'm tired.
So thank
So, thank you.
no,
All
thanks
right.
for bringing it up.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Have a good night.
Okay. I didn't get the other blue card. There she's back. She's got it. Go ahead and come on up. Thank you so much. Go ahead and state your name and address if you could. And this is Lisa Hull.
Hi, yes, and I live at 18265 Southeast Vista View Court. And I'm here just with some comments on the ODOT speed investigation. I live right in the area where that's being investigated. And I live right off of Vista View Drive. I'm on Vista View Court. And the Sandy staff report dated April 6th mentions solicited feedback on the use of cameras and driver feedback signs within the city. And frankly, I think that the area between Ten Eyck and Lincoln Sand would be a great place for driver feedback and potentially a camera, because the ODOT survey indicated that 96% of people that drive through there are speeding. And I witness that every day. They're on my tail. And then I found it interesting that the next zone being studied from just beyond Lincoln Sand to Canyon Valley Road, which I believe is the road to the dump, and maybe goes a little beyond that. But I found it interesting that the study ended there. I would think maybe it would extend further east to the east side of Southeast Firwood Road, because that's kind of a dangerous intersection there at Firwood. And it doesn't make sense that you would lower the speed limit from 55 to 50, but then increase it right before that Firwood intersection. It just doesn't feel quite right. And I'm all for decreasing the speed. I feel terribly unsafe at times when I'm in the left-hand turn lane to turn on Vista Loop. And I've got people coming at me from the east going 60 and people behind me doing 55 or 60 because they're speeding. So it's frightening. It's at times I shudder every time we get in that lane and there's cars coming from both directions. So that's all I wanted to express tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, we'll be discussing that the last item on the agenda. So if you want to tune in on Zoom or something and listen to it, or stay for the rest of the meeting, you're welcome to. And I will mention that Firwood intersection is outside city limits. And so we can only do what's within city limits. But I'm sure our staff will be kind of following up with some additional feedback on your comments. Thank you. Is there any other general comments? Any online?
We didn't have any signups today.
Okay. And are there any feedbacks from previous sessions?
No further response to give. Mr. O'Leary spoke at the last meeting and we addressed his comments and questions during the meeting.
Great. Okay, we've got the consent agenda, and all it has is the city council meeting minutes from March 16th. So may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, please?
I'll make a motion, we approve the consent agenda.
I have a
Second.
motion from Counselor Sheldon,
Second.
second from Counselor Smallwood to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor, vote aye. Opposed, vote nay. Motion passes. Okay, now we have a presentation from the fire district. Carla, you want to kick this off for us?
Yeah, I'll keep my comments very brief and just invite members of Sandy Fire and Clackamas Fire up for their presentation. As you all know, council, there is a ballot measure to annex in Sandy Fire to Clackamas Fire. So the fire district had reached out to provide an opportunity to talk more about that and share some of the great work that Sandy Fire and Clackamas Fire do as their partnership currently. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Chief.
Love it. Thank you so much. Members of the council, mayor, city manager, Deems, thank you so much for having us here. Before I turn the time over to Steve, if it's okay, we have representatives from Sandy Board, Clackamas Board, and representatives from the firefighters, as well as the retired fire chief for Sandy here. And so as we give this presentation, you might see me duck back and Steve duck back and having people come to sit here if that's okay with you. But we'll just get started with this presentation. And Steve.
Sure. Like Chief said, thank you for having us and letting us be on the agenda. We hope to kind of go through this. If I can keep him from speaking too much, we should be not too long. But I'd love to save the questions for the end, and we're happy to take them. So what we're going to talk about today is the emergency services in Sandy and pretty much the annexation. So a little bit of before today and then what the annexation means. And then, so current services under the contract with Sandy Main Station, which is 7-1, is staffed with 3 firefighters, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all of which are either paramedic or EMT, always guaranteeing a paramedic on shift. The new rescue unit is also part of this contract, and it's staffed by firefighter paramedics and EMTs, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. The Eagle Creek Station, which is Station 18 for us, is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It is the second due engine into Sandy, but it's the first due into the southernmost part of Sandy, because we've been able to redraw some of the boundaries within our own response area. So it meets a major need over there. And then Furwood Road Station, that is staffed by volunteers, and they're also firefighter EMTs as well. And then really this contract means that Sandy, the people of Sandy, we don't rely on mutual aid as far as handling our calls. And so why the new rescue unit matters, it keeps the larger apparatus in the building for the house fires, the cardiac arrest, some of the bigger car accidents. It does focus on medical, but it's also brush capable, and it does do fires, it does do car wrecks, things like that, because it's staffed with the firefighter paramedics. And then 20% of the calls in this area, so 1 in every 5 calls is what we call a double tap or triple tap, or something when multiple calls happen at the same time. And Chief, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think that's a great, what's surprising to me about that number of 20% is we know, and Lori, Councilor Smallwood, would be able to articulate this.
You can say Lori, it's okay.
All right, Lori would be able to articulate this as far as her experience. We always knew that Sandy had multiple calls, but we didn't realize the high number of calls. So when we looked into this, we knew that getting a second apparatus staffed was crucial. But over the last 3 years of quantitative data, seeing that 1 in 5 calls is either a second or a third or a fourth simultaneous call has been something that's been a little bit eye-opening for us. When you look at Clackamas Fire as a whole, you look at Station 1, which is one of our busiest planning zones. They run at close to 4,000 calls a year. You would think, okay, there's going to be a higher volume of double, triple calls in that area. But Sandy is leading the way as far as simultaneous calls. And that's why having a second staffed apparatus matters. And though it's serving 12 hours, what we're going to talk about is through this annexation, being able to get that to staff 24 hours and why that's important. And again, that's staffed with a paramedic EMT. It increases response reliability, and it also keeps the area better prepared for wildfire. It is a Type 6 wildland apparatus that we call a rescue. So if you're good, if I'll take the effective response force. time matters on all calls, whether it's a fire, wildland fire, a car accident, a cardiac arrest, somebody that's bleeding. Time is what is basically our enemy. That is the thing that in the fire service, that makes the difference between saving a life and not. I'm going to try to say this without getting emotional. I think I got it under control. I was a user of the 911 system when I was 5 years old. My little brother got hit by a car, and I understand the importance of having well-trained, adequate amount of firefighters to be able to respond to the needs of my worst day. I saw firsthand the impact that that made. And so this is a driving force for us and for me as your fire chief, is being able to adequately respond to the needs of the community. And what we are seeing is this second apparatus is really paying off, and making it 24 hours is exactly what this community needs. Something that we started diving into is the effective response force. That's something that's layman's term. That's fire, or not layman's term. That's firefighter term. Effective response force is the amount of firefighters and firefighter paramedics needed for each call type, whether it's a fire, cardiac arrest, a car accident. These are national standards that are predetermined. And for a structure fire, for an example, the standard says 15 to 20 firefighters for a typical house fire. Now, Sandy, as amazing as they were, and as amazing as the firefighters were, they were staffed with minimum staffing of 3, and then they would depend heavily on mutual aid and the volunteers. And what we noticed post COVID is a decrease in our volunteer. That was a nationwide issue. We're starting to see that buoy back up, but the effective response force is crucial to our firefighters, to us, to be able to provide the level of service that we want to provide. And right now, currently, within Clackamas Fire, there's no mutual aid. You get 15 to 20 firefighters automatically on every single structure fire. You get 6 firefighters automatically for a cardiac arrest without having to call for mutual aid. It's automatic. We send the cavalry for every single call. And so that is our model. We would rather turn people away versus having to request them, because time matters. We can't get that time back. So what we try to do is add more firefighters to get that time pendulum in our favor. Again, before the contract, Sandy Fire relied heavily on mutual aid, which caused a slower response. Nothing against the first out apparatus with Sandy Fire, amazing. It's just what happens with that second and third due response reliability. The current contract, like I said, established by Clackamas Fire, you have in 15 minutes and 38 seconds, you have effective response force for a structure fire. So you'll have 23 firefighters within that amount of time. Response time improvements. You want to hit that, or you want me to dive into that?
Well, sure, I can take a few of those.
Great.
So what you see in front of you is the data that we collected while doing getting ready for these presentations. And like Chief said, when Sandy was a standalone department, there's only so much they can do, and they have to rely on mutual aid. So previous to the contract, that effective response force time for a structure fire took about 25 minutes 21 seconds. And then the first unit arrival was about just over 16 minutes for the first unit to get there on scene to start mitigating the issue. For EMS and cardiac arrest, it was just over 12 minutes. And for that first unit, and then station 74, the average coverage for the volunteers out there at night was about 4 per month.
Can you clarify what station 74 is?
Furwood,
Okay.
Dover community. So today, under the contract, like Chief was saying, the effective response force is there in 15 minutes, 38 seconds. And then the first unit arrives at about 10 minutes and 54 seconds. And urban is a little bit different because of the layout, but these are an average of the calls. And then for the cardiac, the EMS, it's 10 minutes, 25 seconds for that first unit to get there. And then if you see below that, it has second unit, which arrives just about a minute later. No matter where it's coming from or where the call is, we're dispatching 2 units. So even if the rescue's on another call, you're still getting that second unit. And you can see before that there's no time there because they relied on mutual aid. So mutual aid is, a lot of people believe mutual aid is just automatic, and it's not. It's if they're available and if they're willing to send somebody. And then some of the big improvements that we've seen so far with this relationship is the Dover station, the Furwood station. And you can see it's averaging, the volunteers are staffing at about 26 nights a month. And so that helps us out in this end of the district, and also has another built-in unit headed towards some calls.
You mind if I add one thing to that? And
Yeah,
I think the other
absolutely.
thing that is unique really about our relationship and the services we provide, we partner with ODF. And so during the summer, ODF staffs the Dover station during the day. So during the summer months, there's really 24 hours a day, right around 26 nights, 26 days, 24/7 coverage in that area.
So we all know that operating the two different districts is not efficient, and a lot of people have questions about how can we afford to add that second unit there. And it's simple. We don't have any overhead at Sandy Fire. There's no fire chief, there's no administrative, there's no fleet, there's no logistics, none of that stuff.
I'm your fire chief.
Yeah, so we have that built into our system already. So the savings there goes into the people, and that's how we get to that secondary unit staff, at least for the 12 hours a day, and then also being able to put into some reserves. Early on in our relationship, Sandy did a study that showed that their reserves, their capital reserves could be exhausted by 2034 if they don't do something now to start putting away for the future. So that we're able to put away a little bit more in the capital reserve than they were as an independent, because we were able to eliminate some of those things. And then also, we do not receive, another thing out in the community is that we get funded by the city. We're happy to take your money if you'll let us, but we don't get any funding from the city, and we don't get any money from the county. So we have a permanent tax rate, and right now it's $217 per thousand of assessed value for a Sandy resident, and ours is $240 per thousand of assessed value. So what the voter is voting on is that 22-cent increase.
Yeah, I love that you talked about that. A lot of people misunderstand us because it's Clackamas Fire. They think that we are an arm of the county. We are not an arm of the county. We are a special district. Our governance is just like Sandy Fire District. And that's what makes this efficiency so unique and advantageous. So
Go ahead.
a couple things. The annexation does not create a new system. What it does is it solidifies and expands current services. We aren't interested in status quo. Anything that we try to do, we try to make the service level better or maximize the service level we can provide to any community. And that's really what our service model is. The 14 communities that have established and made Clackamas Fire, that's our mindset. We come in and it needs to be a synergistic relationship, something where we can add benefit to the community and the community can add benefit to the fire district as a regional approach and service level. And that's exactly what this does. This protects improvements. Like we talked about, faster response, reliable staffing, and rescue coverage. It allows for community representation on the Clackamas Fire Board.
Yeah, and it supports the continued funding of apparatus, more sustainable funding for personnel. And then also what you'll hear from the elected officials, we've really just putting the decision in the voters' hands to really make this permanent, ensure that we have this type of coverage forever and a day, basically. So,
And I just want to make sure, just to hit this point at home, the annexation isn't for status quo. The annexation is to make that rescue 24 hours a day. And that's why we're making this push. How do you want to bring forward Sandy first?
yeah, let's bring the Sandy board forward first, and then you can hear from them. And then we'll have Clackamas and then the 1159, and then we'd love to have you hear from retired Fire Chief Bill Schneider.
Hello, I'm Sue Hine. I'm Chair of the Sandy Fire Board. I've served for almost 11 years now on the board, and this is something that we unanimously agree that this annexation is really important for the community. That's what we're here for, is to represent the community. And one little sideline, we talked about the Dover Furwood Road Station. I live 10 miles away out of the city limits. So that's where our medical emergency people will come from in the evenings at least. And that just happened last week where my neighbor had a medical emergency. They were able to show up in about 15 minutes, which where I live is phenomenal, honestly. several minutes before the people from Sandy could get in there. So it's very, very important to us in the rural area particularly.
Good evening. My name is Ron Wasowski. I am on the Sandy Fire District Board. Have been for about the last 8 years. And I was looking back, I live out on Terra Fern, which is about 7 miles east of here for the last almost 30 years now. And until recently, I've had my business, the Tollgate Inn was mine. We just recently retired from there. So, and I've sat in this room for about 10 years on the planning commission. So kind of brings back a lot of memories. Usually sitting up there in Lori's seat. But over the last 8 years, I've learned a few different things about the fire district. They don't come to me to ask me about what engine to buy or different type of apparatus, whatever. We're looking at budgets, how to balance things out, et cetera, and how to spend the taxpayers' dollars efficiently and wisely. And that's really what we put this annexation effort on the ballot. The Sandy Fire District, we were kind of too big to be small and too small to be big, right at that break-even point. And because what I learned was if we bring like another engine, fire engine on scene, how many people do you think it takes to staff that? Right? If you want to expand the parks a little bit, how many, you add them as you go, right? Well, to add another engine, it's 15 to plus people that you have to have because you got A shift, B shift, going through, you got to cover vacations. So it's just these huge leaps that you got to take in terms of personnel cost. And as we go through, we've been growing, but not enough to take that up. So Chief Snyder sitting behind me came to us and said, hey, I think there's a better way to spend our dollars. And because we were having some excess money that we put into the Eagle Creek Station. All right. And then going forward is we were duplicating the payroll administration that Clackamas has. And so that's how we got the rescue rig here, was by doing that. So we also are looking at apparatus coming down the road. And so instead of kind of kicking the can down the road, we can see we got a problem with funding of new apparatus. Not tomorrow, not in a couple of years, but around 2030, we're going to have to go back and get some more money for that. So at this point in time, both the Clackamas board, the Sandy board, and the Clackamas administration, we all agreed it makes sense to really let's solidify this now. It's going to be better for the taxpayer. It's going to bring better coverage for the entire area and just make it permanent. We don't know what the future is going to hold. So that's why we put it on the ballot again. We think it's the right move. It's better protection. And again, the fire chiefs went over the numbers. They're there. It's worked out much better than we even thought in terms of response times. You don't really know those numbers until you need it. That's the unfortunate thing, right? Until you need somebody coming to your house. But we do have all the data to back up that the decisions that were made going back in 21, 24 are the right ones. And we just want to solidify that and make this relationship permanent because it's going to give our constituents the best coverage that we can. So, all right. Go ahead, Jim.
Good evening. My name is Jim Searing, and I've been with Clackamas Fire for 41 years. I worked a 30-year career with Clackamas, and then I've been on the board of directors for the last 11. A couple points that I think are important to me. Number one, it's important to know who Clackamas Fire is. The chief mentioned 13, he mentioned 14. Well, Clackamas Fire is what used to be 13 separate fire departments in Clackamas County: Happy Valley, Milwaukee, Oregon City, Clarks, Redland, Boring, on, who collaborated together since the late 1980s. And during my entire time that I've been with Clackamas, joined together in partnerships that resulted in better service for the community and mostly better staffing. That's my second point, is the staffing to me is important. In this case, 5 years ago, before a partnership between the Eagle Creek Station and the Sandy Station, there were 3 firefighters on duty 24 hours a day. If this annexation passes, there will be 8 firefighters on duty 24 hours a day, almost a 300% increase. That's extremely important. Third, the partnership this time. In the years that I've been involved, this partnership with Sandy is by far, in my opinion, the best that we've ever had. It makes so much sense for so many more reasons than I've seen in past legal integrations and annexations. The Sandy board has been very great to work with. They've been great colleagues, and for many, many reasons, it just makes a lot of sense. And then last, elected representation is always important. You're electeds, we're electeds. The timing of this annexation, should it pass, is perfect timing, because in the March election next spring, Clackamas Fire has 3 board positions up for renewal. So whether it's the current Sandy board members, which are great board members, very knowledgeable, whether they would choose to file, or someone else in Sandy, it gives the residents here the ability to run for the board and have representation. So for those reasons, our board supports this, and it's very important to me. Thank you.
Hi, excuse me, I'm getting over the creeping crud. I'm Chris Hawes. I also serve on the board of directors for Clackamas Fire. I've lived in this community a long time. I graduated from Barlow High School in 1978. My only claim to high school football fame is I scored a touchdown on an interception against the Sandy High School freshman team. Neener, neener, neener. I also managed the campaign to merge Boring Fire with Clackamas Fire, because with Jim and Chief Dieters had explained to me that what had gone on was somewhat is what's facing Sandy. It's just the resources are running out. And I found that we weren't adequately staffed. So I managed a campaign with the help of a whole bunch of people to merge Boring Fire to Clackamas Fire. And it made a difference in my life. Because on Halloween night, October 2017, I had my second heart attack. And I had Station 14 was on site in 6 minutes. Prior, it would have been a crapshoot, and I might not be here. I also know that I watched something during the day in Sandy. I have a pulse point that some of you might have on your phone. I have a better version. There were 6 calls between noon and 12:30. There was somebody hit a tree at the motorcycle park. There was cardiac arrest. There were 6 calls. And between Station 14, Station 71, and Station 18, they managed to handle all 6 of those calls in a timely fashion, because where 2 units might be going, one of them split off and took 1 call. That is something that's not able to be done in a lot of rural areas like we are, just because there aren't the resources. But with this partnership that we have, it allows a very high level of service for a fairly rural area. And it's very important. The chief said, time's the enemy. And a lot of times we think about fires, but that's not really fires. You can fix a house with insurance. It's when Grandpa or Uncle Bob's having a heart attack or something, you got to get there as fast as you can. And this annexation would allow us to do that and ensure that it happens for the future of Sandy and all the community, us included. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not good as long. Good evening, Mayor Walker and councilors. I'm Nate Hahn, and I represent the professional firefighters of Clackamas County, the 425 firefighters of Clackamas County. That includes Aurora, Estacada, Canby, Molalla, Lake Oswego, and the former members of Sandy at Clackamas. Proud to be here tonight with you guys. We've been around since 1954. So this week is our birthday, so 72 years. And in that time, we've had 5 priorities: wages, hours, working conditions, retirement securities, and safety. And I really want to talk about the safety factor. And I'm gonna get selfish here, because I'm going to talk about firefighter safety. These guys have talked about the public interest piece. I want to talk about our firefighters and what the annexation means to us. It means regional collaboration. It means someone's got our back. It means that we've got the right crews, the right number of crews on scene to take care of business. I worked at La Pine Fire for 6 years from 2002 to 2008, and it was a great time. You could get away with anything in the Wild West, right? John Wayne, out 10 miles out of town, no one's coming to help you. There's no cavalry. So I've been in that situation before. Sandy is the gateway to Mount Hood. When that fire engine leaves at 2 o'clock in the morning to go to emergency call up the hill, there's no one left in town to take that second call. And as you heard from Chief Dieters and Chief Brown, that's an important piece to the Sandy community, is having that backup. And so when I talk about safety to our firefighters, that dovetails really nicely into how does that translate into public interest? Well, having the right number of firefighters on scene to support the community need, to support that emergency, having that second response unit ready to go to that second emergency, that simultaneous second, third emergency, having that regional collaboration, working under the same protocols, the same medical protocols, the same fire rescue protocols, all those pieces that make us one team. So that's where the public interest piece comes in. And so for a personal example, just 3 days ago, so I just got moved to the busiest engine company in Clackamas County, and I'm proud to be on that engine company in Gladstone. And just 3 days ago, we had a 3-year-old with an allergic reaction. The dispatcher gave very brief notes. They were very busy on the phone. And what they really relayed to us is that they didn't get much information. They knew it was an allergic reaction. Dad was screaming, mom was screaming, and there's 2 kids in the background screaming. This is a firefighter's worst nightmare. Law enforcement, firefighter's worst nightmare, pediatric call. Pediatric emergencies, they tend to compensate, and they drop off. And so we arrive 2 minutes, 3 minutes down the road. We're just down the road in Gladstone. And mom's on the front porch screaming. Dad's got a heavy smell of alcohol in his breath. You got two older sisters who are crying in the background, ushering them to the front porch to get them out of the scene, controlling the scene, calling for resources. Within 2 minutes, we had another engine company there. Not because it was such a short response time, it's because they saw the notes to the call and they knew what the right thing to do. They're so passionate about what they do. We have a big TV screen in our kitchen, and we watch that screen throughout the day, and they saw the notes on it. They saw it as a pediatric call, and they were out the door at the same time as us. So it was a super short delay. That's something that we haven't had in the past in Sandy, is that dual response model. And it's something that makes a difference in the lives of the people we serve. So I'm very passionate about this. I believe in this because I've lived it. I've lived it in La Pine when there's no one coming for you. I've lived it at Clackamas working in these rural areas. And so my call to action for the board tonight is to talk to your community. As leaders of the community, talk to your friends, talk to the organizations you belong to, and tell them what this means to the community and what your firefighters are doing out there. So, thank you.
Thanks. Well, good evening. My name is Phil Snyder, and I've lived in Sandy all my life, so this is my community. I started very early in the fire service when I started going on calls when I was 16. So this is my 50th year of going out to this community. I am very passionate as well. And I 100% with no thoughts going backwards of we're doing the right thing. As fire chief, I mean, our biggest thing is when people call 911, someone's going to be there for you. And it was getting to the point where, again, we had a great team, but again, it was one engine company. And so, yeah, this dual role of adding the rescue, we've been wanting to do that for years and just did not have the money to do that. So it's made a huge difference. Again, at 20% of at least dual calls. You used to get first engine would go out and the second call would come in and it'd either be me and an ambulance coming from Clackamas or somewhere. So it just, got to the point where what really kind of turned this table is we had a division chief retire. And at that point, we could see where things were going in the future, how Sandy's growing. You know, we're not only taking care of the city, but we take care of 77 square miles. So it doubles in population. So we're probably at 25,000 that we take care of. And it just started seeing this over and over that this was going to be an issue in the near future. So when this gentleman retired, it was one of those things that Chief Brown and I had talks about on, you know, what can we start doing together? And, you know, do we just want to hire one person and do the same things we've always done and we can't keep up, or do we look into the future and what can we do in a partnership? And it's been the greatest thing that, you know, it's one of those things you make a decision and you wonder later, what did I do? You know, and I don't think backwards at all. You got one of the best chiefs around, and the firefighters are awesome. I still get to go out and see them once in a while do what they do. And when you hear they bring the Calgary, they bring the Calgary. I mean, it's impressive. I mean, you get a house fire and you're going to get, you know, 5 engines, a heavy rescue, a squad, a truck, and it just goes on and on and on. So yeah, we've pretty much talked about everything tonight, but it's all been true. And, you know, on the other side, a lot of people, you know, again, this is my community. They make it their community. And that's what I love. Their culture is, you know, what can we do for you? Not, you know, what can you do for us? The guys are just awesome. So yeah, I'm totally 100%, the annexation should happen. It's the right thing to do for the community. And, anyway, that's where I stand. It's been a great partnership. Thank you.
Council, I know some of you may have questions, so Chief Brown's here to answer any questions or provide any additional information that you didn't get with the comments that you put thus far.
And again, I am so sorry we've gone over on time a little bit. I apologize. Sorry.
Okay, questions?
One quick question. The board, is it represented at large or is it by area? I mean, board members, does it represent an area of the?
It's at large. So yeah, so currently the makeup of the board is we have one member that is living in the Damascus area, one member that lives in Eagle Creek, one that's basically at the border of Happy Valley and Damascus, one that lives in Happy Valley, and then one that lives in unincorporated Milwaukee.
Thanks.
I have a question. Did you get any community feedback as to why this measure was opposed in November?
We did, and that's really the big reason why, as your fire chief, I suggested to the board, and we're making a run for the May, is with the school going out in November, the last thing I want to do as your fire chief is go into a competition against the schools. So we took a very passive approach. We didn't go out and really educate any more than we currently do. And that was the wrong strategy, because the feedback that we got from the business community, the feedback we got from multiple community groups were that we didn't know. Well, Chief, you didn't say that. There was no letters in the ballot measure. There was no letters of support. We didn't know that. We didn't know the rescue. We thought it was just a status quo. That falls solely on me. It was my decision. I didn't want to go into a competition between the schools. And what I found out is that our community was not educated. My sister and my brother-in-law, they live here. They live in Sandy. They live off of Yoakum Loop. And they didn't even understand. I'm their brother. And they didn't even understand that it was going to be getting that rescue in 24 hours a day. So that falls squarely on me. So what we heard from the community is educate us, and then we'll make a decision.
Thank you.
I have some. Thank you for telling us what we get for 22 cents a thousand.
Yes, sir.
So I wrote down a list of questions prior.
Yeah.
And so I won't go over that. One thing that I'm a big fan of contracting services. I think it's a good way to use your money wisely.
Yeah.
On the other side, though, with this model, the city of Sandy, to some degree, loses local control. And so how would you address that as far as making sure? It sounds like the board's highly compromised people, at least from our area.
Yes.
But that could rapidly change, especially in an open county election. How would that? How do you think you would manage that? So we would maintain some local.
That's a phenomenal question. And the at-large process, it obviously is open to a vote. but I can just walk you through our actions are going to speak louder than our words. Boring Fire had 2 members when that got annexed. 2 people that were covered by Boring Fire now represent the board. And they've been there for, Chris is on his 2nd term, Jay, it was on his 3rd term. So from 4 to 8 years that you've had representation from that community, which was Boring. One is Eagle Creek, right? The other one's in Damascus. So something that we strive to do is get equal representation. We try to get urban and we try to get rural. And the reason is because we have a mix and a diverse response. So that is something that we try to do. Obviously, it's up to the taxpayers to make that vote, but we try to educate. And then if we don't have a specific member from the community, our electeds are tied in to the community. So an example is Jay. He's in Eagle Creek. If for some reason in the 27, nobody from Sandy put forward to come forward, you'd have Jay tied into this community. So we dive into the communities. The communities are our communities, ours together. And so diving in, whether it's through interagencies with council members, things like that are things that we do. It's super important for me. Monthly, I meet with your city administrator. I meet with the city manager, and we monthly are talking about concerns with Sandy. Those are things that I do at my level for local control. But then what we do is we could try to get representation from the area. So I know that's not exactly the answer you want, but it is something that we strive to do, in our history reflects having representation from the areas that we annex. There's also multiple layers. There's budget committees, civil service committee, service commissions. So getting seats, there's more than just the board, where there's seats that have an input of how things are funded and how we provide services to the communities.
And then one more question, because I feel like you kind of touched on it a little bit here. But one thing I've heard from multiple things while being on council and as well as other things is AMR response times.
Yeah.
Or lack thereof.
Yes.
How would this help us address that?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So AMR has the contract. There's no, they are the contract provider for the whole entire county for ambulance.
Can you just clarify, is that the contract with you all or
No.
Sandy Fire or?
No, it's across the board. So the ambulance service agreement that's established by Clackamas County,
Thanks.
they established that. And so AMR has been awarded from the BCC, the Board of County Commissioners, to provide the service. So we feel it too. And so that's why this model of staffing paramedics and firefighters. So we are able to get to those calls first, and we're able to stabilize until an ambulance gets there. We have ambulance response apparatus. We currently do not transport. We were in a subcontract with AMR. We are no longer in a subcontract with AMR. But that is how we mitigate that, is we get there quickly and we stabilize the patient. And often, if it's a critical call that Lori can attest to, we maintain paramedic in charge and we ride with the patient into the hospital. So to bridge that gap, we get responders there, stabilize, start IVs, do all of those things until the resource gets there. But it is an issue. And it's an issue that we, being, one of the biggest providers in the state, we're able to leverage with the BCC and hold some accountability. So there are matrix in the BCC, in the ambulance service agreement, to where AMR is mandated to respond within a certain time. Otherwise they get fined. But that's what we do.
Lori?
Oh, I don't have any questions.
Yeah,
I'm very well versed in what's going on.
Okay, I have some questions and some of them got answered. I kind of said them a couple weeks ago because I know y'all were coming. I kind of got, like Rich said, an understanding of what we get for 22 cents
Yeah.
additional funding. The question I have is Sandy Fire has a contract with Clackamas Fire.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you when does that expire? When that contract expire? And does Clackamas Fire have an out to end the contract earlier?
Yes. Yes and yes. So both parties have the opportunity to end the contract earlier. The contract was a 7-year contract that expires in 2030. But both entities have the ability to exit should You know, we have 3 elect board members that are coming up in 2027. Sandy has an equal amount of board members. If new board members come in and say, well, we no longer want this, you have to create an out for each,
Right, of
for
course.
each entity in the
Right.
event that we're not meeting the contract or something.
But
along
I
those
guess
lines.
I think the important thing for you all to do, get the word out, is, if this doesn't pass this time, which, I hope it does, because I think it is important. And we have gotten more for our efforts is what happens, does Sandy Fire have the ability to retake over management and operations of Sandy Fire?
Yes.
And if that contract expires, do you guys kind of renegotiate? If this doesn't pass or something, are you all able to renegotiate or would you be walking away? And I don't expect that's kind of an, on the spot answer or question to ask, and I don't expect an answer in this setting, but it is important to kind of understand, like, if this doesn't pass, what happens to that contract and then what happens to us, to the Sandy Fire District residents.
I love that. And I'm going to turn it over to the electeds.
That's one of the reasons that we're here. Always called the FUD factor, and I hate doing it. It's the fear, uncertainty, and doubt. So we're talking about all the benefits that we're getting, right? That's here. But the other flip side of it, the FUD factor, as they call it, is if we come down and they break away, whatever happens, then what we'd have to do as a board member, we'd still have the same tax base dollars, just like you guys deal with every year. We have ours. We would have to go back through and bring in administrative staff to run that, which would mean we would actually decrease services. Okay, on it. That's the kind of scary side on it. And probably in my mind, the biggest reason I'm in front of all the people I represent to try to get this to go through is to lock this in so we don't have to go back. That's the worst case. Do I think it would come to that? Could. It definitely could. None of us know the future. That's why you said we don't want to kick this can down the road. We want to take care of it, take care of the opportunity of what's here. So
I think that's an important kind of piece of information, is that basically, you would have to take the money that you have and pay, basically overhead positions, not, knocking on your door when you call 911. You'd be paying those, and that does mean fewer services and reduced staffing for responding to emergencies. And that's kind of seems, I got that you got it, here's all the benefits of what we've seen. From a voter standpoint, I think it's important to tell them, if this doesn't pass, that's, and Sandy ended up having to take over the district again, that's the results of that. Because it is, that's how it works, is that when you regionalize things and you're able to kind of spread those overhead costs to a much bigger population, then you're able to kind of have more services and more engines and things like that. So I really appreciated hearing all about this, and I hope you all are successful in your efforts. So
Great.
yeah.
Thank you so much. Again, sorry for the amount of time we took, but I really, really appreciate you having us here. And it's an honor to be your fire chief. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
thanks, counselors.
Thank you. Congratulations on retirement.
Yeah.
I think one's gonna get one, so I'm
Good night. See you. Okay, next thing on the agenda is the Arbor Month Proclamation 2026. I'm a fast reader, so we're gonna get through this one pretty quick. Whereas the state of Oregon recognizes the month of April as Arbor Month, and whereas trees reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperatures, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they're planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas the city of Sandy is recognized as a Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation and desires to expand its tree planting and stewardship practices. Now, therefore, I, Kathleen Walker, Mayor of the City of Sandy and a forester by training, do hereby proclaim April 2026 as Arbor Month in the City of Sandy and and urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Month and support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. And further, I urge all citizens to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations. And as part of that, I think there's a solve cleanup this month that I don't know, may or may not involve some tree planting. We've done that as part of the solve cleanup in the past in some of the parks. So hopefully that's one of the efforts. Oh, thank you very much. Resolutions, public hearing. There we go.
He's just getting him some materials for this public hearing. He'll be right back. I
very
think
good.
you do have a script, I hope.
Yes, I do. Let's start with that. Okay. These are in order, 2026. Okay. Okay, I'm going to give this speech now, but the opportunity for public testimony will occur after the staff report concludes. For folks in the audience or online, the opportunity to offer public testimony for this hearing will occur after that. So we will go ahead and open the public. We will open the public hearing at 7. That's okay. I don't need a hammer, a gavel, whatever it is. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing at 7:57 for resolution number 2026-06 and the time of the hearing. And I would call for any abstentions. Are there any abstentions to declare?
No.
Hearing none. Are there any conflicts of interest to declare?
No.
Hearing none, may we please hear the staff report?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I normally try not to just read what's in front of me, but there's a few points that I want to make sure that I make it in the staff report delivery. So bear with me as I look up and down, probably more frequently than usual. So on March 17th, 2025, so about a year ago, the city adopted updated methodologies for both water and wastewater system development charges. And at the following meeting on April 7th, 2025, the council then adopted resolution 2025-13, which revised the actual water and wastewater SDC rates. Following that, the city did receive a writ of review, which was sort of the catalyst for reviewing and leading to this revision of the water and wastewater methodology this evening. We've worked with our legal team, Josh from BEH, as well as John Gillarducci from FCS Group, who has worked on the initial methodologies for both water and wastewater. The revisions that are before you this evening relate to the analysis and explanations in the methodologies and entail additional supporting information, but do not result in a change in the calculated maximum defensible SDC rates for either water or wastewater. It's an important comment. The revised methodologies incorporate the best available data that we have at the time of drafting that methodology. However, after the revised methodologies were prepared and the notice of this hearing was provided pursuant to ORS, there was additional information that became available as it relates to the capital improvement plan for the water fund, which we'll be discussing in a subsequent point later this evening. So we're focusing on the methodologies first. We'll talk about that CIP modification here in a little bit. Consideration of those revisions is scheduled as part of a subsequent agenda item. Additionally, staff is recommending adoption of a wastewater SDC that is less than the maximum defensible amount that's reflected in the revised methodology. And consideration of the revised SDC rates is also scheduled as part of a subsequent agenda item this evening. In short, the newly revised methodologies improve clarity and defensibility of the analysis and explanations and involve providing additional supporting information. There's a list of 8 documents that support the information that's included in the SDC methodology. I won't read all 8 of those items. They're provided in the staff report and either included as attachments or as links for your review. Josh, is there anything that you want to add that I have left off?
Just that we received some late comments today regarding the methodology, and based on that, there's one clarification we wanted to make to the resolution itself. Do you have that language in front of you?
I will get that language in front of me. Give me just a
Did we
moment.
see this
We
input that was sent today?
It was emailed to the council. We received it at 3:30 or so. I think we got it in your inboxes around 4 o'clock or so, perhaps. So you may or may not have had time to review that, but it has been provided to you. The language that was added. Do you wanna, I'll let you read.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's not really helpful. I'm just gonna say, you know, I really want to hear from you all, but I can't be looking at stuff at 3:30 before the city council meeting to try to understand where you're coming from. So I'm just gonna go on public record and say it really does help everybody's cause to have a little bit of time, a day at least, to a heads up. Yeah, because I had no idea stuff was coming in.
So I will just, I'll have Jeff read this exact language. It's only a few words that we added to section 1 of resolution 2026-06. Jeff, do you want to go ahead and read that language?
Yeah, and this has been updated in the packet. So section 1 of the resolution now just says the following: the methodologies for establishment of water and wastewater system development charges as set forth in Exhibit A, attached hereto and incorporated herein by this reference. And here's the new language. And the capital improvement plans described therein are hereby adopted. Any associated revisions to the system development charge amounts will be established by a separate resolution of the city council.
So to clarify, it was an addition of the list of capital improvement projects reference.
Right,
in
it's just to
section-
clarify that the methodology document that was attached to the resolution all along included capital improvement plan lists for both wastewater and water. This is just to make it 100% clear based on some of that feedback that you're adopting both the methodology and the incorporated capital improvement plans.
Thank you.
I have nothing further at this time. I don't have anything further right now either.
Yep.
Okay, I do have one point of clarification for the next agenda. So do we not have a public hearing for resolution 07?
That's correct.
Okay, got it. So I know I see you referenced 06 and 08. Okay. All right. This evening we have 2 public hearings. I'll read these public testimony instructions this first time, but please note that they will also apply to the other public hearing later on for our agenda. The process for public testimony. Each person providing testimony must provide their name and address for the record. If you do not wish to state your address publicly, you must provide it to the city recorder before you begin your testimony. This can be done either in person or via email at recorder@ci.sandy.or.us. If you have documents that you wish to be considered by the council, they must be formally placed into the record of this hearing. To do that, either before or after you speak, email your materials to recorder@ci.sandy.or.us. Please try to avoid repetition. If someone else has already expressed the same thoughts, it is fine to simply state that you agree with the testimony of a previous speaker. To offer public testimony, for those joining us in person this evening, please raise your hand to indicate you would like to speak. If you are attending online, please click the raise hand button and wait to be recognized. If you're attending via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand and wait to be recognized. I will call on each person when it is their turn to speak. Each speaker will receive up to 5 minutes to testify. The city recorder, Jeff here, will let you know when you have 20 seconds remaining. So I'd like to call for testimony on proposed resolution 2026-06 at this time. Jeff, is there anyone that you have on a list or Zoom? I know we've got folks in the room.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any raised hands yet on Zoom. Mayor, I can let you know.
Okay, great. If you're on phone or Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9 to testify. But at this point, we'll go ahead and open up the floor. Come on up. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Brendan Buckley. I am with a firm called Johnson Economics. We were hired to review the methodology that you're considering today. And our firm has done similar types of reports and worked with SDCs in the past. And so what we've done is we reviewed and summarized findings and put that together in a brief memo. I think that's part of what you probably received today. So that has a lot more detail in it. I'm going to give some highlights and bullet points, but there's more detail in that memo and I'm happy to answer any questions. So in our review, we did find a few issues that jumped out to us to suggest that this analysis may, a little more analysis may be needed to look at this SDC and methodology. And I'm just going to quickly go through some bullet points, reviewing what some of those issues are. The first issue has to do with population growth rates. So this methodology actually uses two different population growth rates, one for water and one for sewer. And both of these are drawn from fairly old forecasts. The one from water comes from a forecast, via the Water Master Plan, was originally a forecast from 2020. The sewer facilities plan from 2019 actually used the forecast from the 2015 urbanization study. So that's a forecast that's over 10 years old. So more up-to-date forecasts that are done by PSU project a much slower growth rate for Sandy going forward, less than half of the ones that are included in this methodology. So we just want to raise that as an issue, and also the basic issue of using one forecast for both rather than using two different growth forecasts, because by definition, one of those at least is not going to be accurate. And we know that off the bat. Other than population, the major issues we want to talk about have to do with the capital project lists. So the water project list is drawn directly from the Water Master Plan. That master plan and its list of projects don't have to take into account just the projects that increase capacity. It takes into account all types of water projects. Well, SDCs have to take into account only those that are increasing capacity. And so we feel that better accounting is needed of which of those projects coming out of the Water Master Plan are really about increasing capacity, and so that the share of those projects and their costs can be attributed to the new growth rather than the existing improvement to existing operations or maintenance of existing facilities. The wastewater list is something that had some questions about. Obviously, we know that the community has dealt with the consent decree and past deficiencies. So it's important with that list that we identify which projects are really serving, again, the increased capacity needs from the new growth and not going towards fixing existing deficiencies and past deficiencies, because those costs are not eligible to be paid back with SDCs. The wastewater list doesn't totally match everything that's been in previous CIPs. It doesn't match what's in your latest biennial budget. It doesn't really exactly match what's in the 2019 wastewater plan. And for instance, it doesn't include any reference to a Gresham pipeline for effluent. So I don't know the status of all these local projects, but we definitely want to think about reviewing that project list to make sure that it reflects what the city is actually planning to do before you start charging folks charges on that project list. And finally, really important, there needs to be a nexus between the end capacity for these projects on the list and the number of new hookups that they're going to serve. And the way that the methodology is set up right now, it is basically looking at these future projects, no matter how many households they're going to serve, and they're dividing the cost among the households that you're planning to have in 2050 or 2040. So if any of these projects are built to have longer capacity, perhaps be a 50-year project, that cost should be divided amongst all of the growth over the next 50 years, not by 2040. And that's kind of what the methodology is doing right now. It's missing a fairly major component of any project that is built to capacity over the 2050 or 2040 mark. So those are some reasons, some things that jumped out at us that we wanted to mention. And for us, are reasons really that perhaps some more review and some more analysis of the SDC methodology might be warranted. There's a lot that's good in the methodology and a lot that's following standard practices, but some of the assumptions and so on are a little out of date, and there are just reasons that I think that more review might be warranted. Thank you.
Mayor, we do have one hand online, and I'm not sure if there's
Is
anyone
there
else.
somebody else here? Go ahead, come on up, please.
Good evening, Dave Vandehay. I represent the ownership group of Bull Run Terrace. I've seen many of you in the past. I reside in Cornelius, Oregon. So I'll speak again regarding the rates, but just wanted to come up and talk about the methodology as well and support what Brendan has just said. In addition, I never expected to kind of learn about STC methodologies, but I've spent some time recently trying to understand how it all works. It's quite interesting. But in doing so, I do fall in alignment with my understanding of it in terms of the issues that Brendan has raised, and also have concerns about it. I just wanted to highlight a couple of those that I think have key impacts. Obviously, the project list and the costs associated with the projects have a direct impact on the STC rate. It's the driver, the cost. So understanding what those costs really are, it seems like they tie back to old plans. I think one of the next agenda items is an update to the project plan for water, because I think those projects are currently underway, and there's a pretty significant adjustment to a couple of those projects now that they're underway. Those adjustments are a decrease in overall cost, which, as we'll talk about later, resulted in a decrease in the new proposed STC fees for water. In regards to wastewater, I found it confusing, I guess, really, after kind of seeing all of the information on the website talking about the shift that the city has kind of gone towards in terms of a pipeline to Gresham as opposed to other alternatives, to then see an updated, STC analysis that I think has old project information on it. I didn't see anything in there related to a line to Gresham. So it doesn't seem like the information is up to date and or accurate. And so in terms of those projects as well, the other big item that I think would be extremely impactful to the rate calculation is that excess capacity. So I can't imagine that wastewater projects that are using a growth timeline through 2040, which is just 16 years, is only going to create capacity for the next 16 years. I mean, there has to be components of those projects that are going to generate capacity beyond that period of time. And based on my understanding of the analysis, it doesn't look like that's taken into account. It looks like it's suggesting that that entire project is only serving capacity for growth up to 2040. And if in fact it is serving growth beyond 2040, that should not be included in these STC fees currently. That should be included in future STC fees for growth beyond that time period, if that is a growth plan we're working with. So I know that I don't think the Gresham pipeline is included in this, even though based on the website, it seems like that is the current potential plan. But using that as an example, because it seems a lot cleaner for me to use, if the city does construct a pipeline to Gresham with the intent to provide capacity through 2040, I just can't see how it's possible that that pipeline would be sized to only accommodate capacity for 16 more years. I mean, that's going to be a huge project, right? Tearing up streets, roads, property, whatever, to, let's say, put in the size of a pipe that's going to take care of capacity that's projected through 2040. And certainly then it's not another effort to tear up that pipe and put in a bigger pipe, right? So just using that as an example, it seems like there has to be some excess capacity built in to those costs that should be borne by future projects, which I believe would fall into the reimbursement fee portion of future projects. There being a reimbursement fee portion and an improvement fee portion, where the current calculation for STC fees does not include a reimbursement fee portion simply because it's currently over capacity. So there's no, current benefit when the current system is over capacity. So, but if there's excess capacity after 2040, then that STC calculation, I would assume, would incorporate a reimbursement fee portion of that for future STC fees. So anyway, hopefully that's not confusing. I think I got my head wrapped around that correctly. But as a result of that, I feel like there is some concerns about the current methodology and the calculation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there somebody else in the room? Would like to talk?
You are doing the online.
We have two online now.
Two online, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and click on the first name that I saw. You should be able to unmute yourself now. And please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Art O'Leary, and my address is 40495 Fawn Street here in Sandy, 97055.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so a quick question. The two gentlemen before me have referenced a lot of numbers and statistics or whatever. Is all that information readily available on the City of Sandy website?
Yes, the proposed methodologies are all publicly available within the agenda packet for this evening and also posted on the website.
And then the previous things that they cite from 2019 and 2015, is that also available that way?
Yes, these master plans and facility plan documents are all linked to the staff report for tonight's public hearing.
Awesome. I'm not really well versed in all this, but I am a little concerned by what I just heard basically from developers. So without wasting too much time with me not having complete knowledge, I'm curious if anybody knows, are the SDCs going up proportionately to what the ratepayers of Sandy are bearing for all this wastewater and water treatment stuff? In other words, if my rates have gone up 100%, are the SDCs going up 100% or the portion of them that covers this?
Mr. O'Leary, we're just taking public testimony right now. I think.
Okay.
Close the public hearing. We have, I think that, please note that question. We want to be able to give everybody, some feedback on comments that were made.
Yeah, and I should have said I really didn't expect anybody to know the answer, but the comment I would make is that the notion that developers shouldn't participate in what it takes to upgrade our system doesn't sit well with me on its surface from what I've heard tonight. And again, I will do a bunch of research. We are all paying for this. The reason we got to where we are is because we're all in houses that have been built here and developers have developed a bunch of stuff. So I want to make sure we're all paying our fair share, including developers developing future projects. So that's all.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. Who else is?
Okay, and I'll go ahead and click on the next name here. Mayor, you should be able to unmute yourself now and please state your name and address for the record and you'll have 5 minutes.
My name is Kendall Pelton and I live in the city of Sandy. I agree with the first two gentlemen that spoke, but also I wanted to say that it is continuously pointing out that these reports that are getting generated for the city to make these big decisions are continuously coming back with flaws or outdated information or not things that aren't necessarily related to Sandy. And that's concerning, especially when it comes to rate increases that we can't afford as it is. And I know that the city can't afford to build if they don't have the money, but if we're not calculating this stuff on accurate information, then how are we properly getting rates out to people and not pushing them to leave the city because they can't afford to live here? And then also, if we're just projecting for a 16-year capacity, when we know if the route that we're going to take is to drag the waste to Gresham, that construction potentially is probably going to take 10 years at least if we were to start now. So we're not even really giving ourselves much room to expand. So that's just my concern of what are we really basing our information off of if it's not more accurate and current to what we have right now within the city and what we're trying to do and a little bit farther out from where we're going than if it's going to take 10 years to do something and then we have 6 years of capacity, that doesn't seem like we're really planning forward. That's my thoughts.
Thank you, Ms. Felton. Anybody else like to testify? Come on forward, please. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mac Even. I am the, I guess, president of the Sandy Housing Alliance and also the owner of Even Better Homes. My address is 2221 Southwest 31st Street in Redmond. And I have been developing in this community for a number of years and been worked with city staff and city council and planning commission and been on committees in the city in the past. And I've been involved in many different aspects of everything that's gone on in the city. And as we all know, in 2022, moratorium got put in place. And at the time I had 3 significant projects going in the city of Sandy. And with the moratorium, that obviously created a difficulties both for the development community and the city. We worked with the city to get, the ability to move forward with the projects that had already been approved by the city. And because of the moratorium, the city was not able to approve anything moving forward until the moratorium has been resolved and lifted. But there were a lot of lots and units that had been approved at that point. We felt like I'm speaking for myself and I guess the Sandy Housing Alliance, but we felt like we were at a point where felt like we could move forward with our projects, and henceforward some of us did and proceeded with construction. And then a year ago, it's actually a year ago tomorrow, we're all here and the city enacted, I believe, the largest system development charge increase in the state's history, definitely by percentage. When we did these projects, we had done them knowing that SDCs can be increased, and they typically are, but the types of increases that we see with most cities is a 2%, 4%, maybe 6% increase. To address the gentleman that called in online, the system development charges in 2022 were $18,000. A year ago tomorrow, they were raised to $54,000. That's a 300% increase. And so, yes, if it is affecting all of us, ratepayers, developers, everybody involved. The reason why this matters is because the city has also increased the parks SDCs, which are being phased in over a 10-year period. And those system development charges, and I'm not sure exactly what year it is, will be increased to $25,000 per unit. If you take the system development charges of $54,000 and that $25,000, and I also believe that it is on the city's future agenda to look at the transportation system development charges. Building permits in this city are going to be north of $90,000. It is not sustainable at that level for anybody, not just developers, but businesses that want to expand in this community. You're talking about somebody wants to open a dentist office, family practice, something of that nature. They will not be able to do it because they simply can't afford to do business and pay these fees. They're just simply too high. We're still here. We want to finish our projects. We want to continue to work with city staff and the city community and be part of it. You notice the guys that are in the room, they're not from the big nationals, the D.R. Hortons, the Lennars. We're the guys that live here. This is where we've grown up. This is where we built our businesses, raised our families, gone to high school. either in Sandy or adjacent. I went to Barlow. And this is our community, and I've always looked at development as a partnership with the city. Because regardless of how anybody looks at it, we have to have a working partnership with the cities and counties and jurisdictions that we work in. If we can't have that partnership, things break down, and that's what you're seeing right now, is things are breaking down. With some of the methodology that was discussed, I mean, I'll leave it to the gentleman before me, as they're a bit more knowledgeable about that. But when you take the total impact of just the money that's paid to get these things done, it becomes prohibitive, because one, from a profitability standpoint, but it's not all about profitability. It's about being able to even deliver on a project that we've already started. When you're talking about permit and SDC costs of this level, we can't finance our projects. We can't sell our projects because it devalues the land, because the permit fees are so high. The price of the home doesn't necessarily increase when the fees go up. So it affects everything. And, you know, a couple of jurisdictions recently that have done different things with SDCs out in Washington County, they increased their SDCs similar to what you folks have increased these SDCs, but they're for future projects. Ones that were already approved were able to continue at the level that they were, you know, where their decisions were granted. And then, you know, famously, it's been read about and written about recently, is City of Portland suspended their system development charges altogether just to increase building and development and business in that community. That is what we're asking for. We ask that you phase in these system development charges at a level that we're able to finish our projects. We appreciate the fact that you have come back to us and worked with us on you know, ideas for reducing some of these, but it's simply not enough. We just need to be able to finish our projects and work through it and help continue to build the city of Sandy as we have in the past. Thank you very much.
I don't see any more raised hands online.
Anybody else like to come forward and? Okay, help me on, are we doing, we're closing this hearing and then opening the other hearing, or when we do questions and comments from here? Any suggestions on?
Yeah, if there's no further public testimony, you can close the hearing and then we can have a staff response.
Okay.
And questions.
And then.
But if you have questions that those folks may be able to answer, you might want to do those now or reopen the hearing to allow those responses.
Any preference on questions for?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Don.
Mr. Evan, if you don't mind.
Me?
Matt?
Yes.
Come back. It's a tough one, because you make a comment, if we can't, then things break down. You said that about, you know, your development and your projects and things.
Yes.
What is the balance between a city's financial future breaking down and your project breaking down in that obligation? How would you balance those? What's more important? If you don't want to answer, you don't have to.
Well, no, that's an
But I give you
interesting,
an opportunity,
that's an interesting question.
because that's what we're
Because-
facing.
Oh, I understand that. But if you end up in a position where the business community is breaking down, that's what feeds the prosperity of the city. And that we are a business. We are like the grocery store. We are like the gas station. We happen to be building and developing homes and building new neighborhoods, but we are definitely a business in this community. And we bring a lot of industry into this community. We're spending millions and millions of dollars. And if we all go out, it's going to hurt this city much more than if we work together and build it together. It's not a situation where there has to be a winner and a loser. We need to both figure out a way to where we're both winners. And that's what we're looking for. And it's been a struggle lately. So I hope that answers your question.
Appreciate it.
Others?
If there's no other questions, I'll make a motion and close the public.
I have one. I'm confused, Johnson, Mr. Buckley from Johnson, is that right?
Johnson Economics.
Yeah. I'm confused, help me out, Tyler, because I'm well aware of the CIP project list that clearly shows eligibility rates between 0 and 49% of eligibility. So we've had multiple meetings about how these SDCs are developed and set, and in no case were we ever allocating an entire project cost to SDCs. So did they misread the data, or I'm confused? Because again, you know, less than half of the cost of these projects are being included in the SDC eligibility for water. I'm just gonna say water. I just had that one. I just pulled it up when you were talking about that.
Yeah, I can't speak to how that information is interpreted, but what I can say is that, you know, water specifically, we have the list of capital improvement projects. The SDC eligibility is based on, as referenced in the methodology report, you know, the growth that's attributed to, or the percentage is attributed to growth and capacity improvements. So yeah, as far as how anyone else interprets that, I can't speak to it, but we have the calculations that are laid out with current, you know, number of users and the projected future number of users, what that percentage works out to, and that's how the growth, yeah, in short, I mean, there's a longer explanation to that with a formula, right? But in verbal terms, that's sort of how the growth share is calculated. In fact, we include that as one of the items that we as an attachment to the packet this evening.
And that was a 2022. The water plan is 2022, I believe. And the project lists have been updated, I believe.
So it's based off the 2022 water master plan. We will be revising that CIP listing later this evening.
Right.
Or
Yeah.
I'll be proposing a
Yeah.
revision, and you all may or may not.
Yeah, and the comment I would probably make on that, just since I've, you know, kind of.
Should we do this post hearing, or?
What's that?
I'm just questioning if we should do this.
Okay.
Close the hearing
All
and
right,
then
okay,
make the
all
comments.
right, sure. So I just wanted to kind of clarify if there was information there that
Can I
misinterpreted.
comment?
Sure.
Because I think that's an extremely important point. And Brendan can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of the percentages that you're talking about is the percentage of new capacity compared to total capacity. So the growth percentage is basically you take the growth factor to come up with a projected growth in population or units or what have you. And that growth at 2050 is, let's say, 7,000 more than the current number. Then that percentage is the 7,000 divided by the projected growth, right? So it's comparing the new growth to the total growth at 2050. But the point I was trying to make, and that's why I think it's extremely important, is I don't believe that takes into account at all potential excess growth. And I think that might be what you were talking
Yeah,
about.
and having not even seen the comment that was submitted at the very last possible minute, you know, it would have been nice to kind of be reading this last week so I could kind of understand what the argument that's being made. And I have some, you know, I've spent a lot of time trying to understand what we're doing and how we're coming to these numbers, because I'm a spreadsheet queen, and I think it's really important that we all understand it. So it's hard to kind of get all that.
Well, I think the FCS report has been out there for quite some time.
Yeah, but I mean, your concerns about it. It would have been nice to see that a couple days ago at least. So, all right.
Mayor, if I may just say
Yeah.
one more thing, we do have John Villarducci from FCS virtual tonight. So if there are any questions specific to methodology, we can certainly open it up for him.
Shouldn't we close? I mean, I think we're at a point where we should probably close the public hearing. So if I may, I'll make a motion that we close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion from Council Sheldon and a second from Council Ramsayer to close public hearing. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, vote nay. Motion passes. Okay.
Let's do the recap first.
Comments?
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say staff recap, and it might not hurt to, since it seems to be kind of a point of contention to have, I'm sorry, the gentleman from FCS charge in. One thing I'd really like to hear in this is, because I felt like it was kind of put out there, and that may not have been the intent, but that was the way I received it, is that we are building this to have to start the project over again in 2040, 2050 in that case, in that timeframe. And I really want to hear staff's point and the experts say if that statement is true or not.
Yeah, I'm gonna invite John to jump in here as our resident.
Sure.
The expert. John, do you want to introduce yourself for those council members that aren't familiar with your work?
Yeah, John Gillarducci. I'm a principal and president of FCS. Have been working with system development charges basically my whole career of 35 years with FCS. So very familiar with many of the issues that have come up. They're really well communicated. A couple things that struck me, when we put together a system development charge analysis, it's basically a snapshot of what we know at the time, and that includes the project list, the projected growth. We do what we can to keep up with changing conditions, but you have to draw a line at some point. So we worked with plans that are now a few years old, and the initial calculations that we did are now a couple years old. What is most important to us, getting back to sort of the appropriateness of the growth projections and the allocations of the projects, is internal consistency. So if we're talking about wastewater, for example, that plan leads off with projected growth, population growth, and then everything in the plan, collection system improvements, treatment improvements, are targeted to serve that 2040 population forecast. And likewise for water, only in water, it was done in a different year. The growth projections are a little bit different. But what's important is the projects in that water plan are designed and intended to serve the growth in the water plan. In that case, it goes to 2050. And it's that internal consistency that's important, not that the two services align, but that within each service, the growth and the projects to serve that growth are in alignment. And that is the case in both of those independent plans, because the improvements in now the wastewater plan we'll talk about are all targeted to 2040. It's appropriate to make a proportional allocation of some of those projects and just assume that they are going to serve the existing customer base and that projected growth to 2040 proportionally. And in some cases, that's what we've done in the wastewater plant, and likewise, or the wastewater project list, and likewise with the water project list. That's how you get percentages of 35%, which you'll see on the wastewater project list, and 41% and change for some projects on the water list. Where we have more specific information, like we did about the wastewater treatment plant, we're able to calculate first what it would take to correct the existing deficiency, and then what additional capacity is there for future users. And so that percentage is more like 18% for the treatment improvements. So kind of a long answer, but getting back to that point of how the proportional allocation is derived, and then why it's appropriate. It's because everything in those plans is targeted to those end dates of 2040 and 2050.
So just to be clear, from what I've heard, based on the comments that were made, they're not paying, the folks in 2050 building houses aren't getting out of paying for the SDC. They're paying their share, and the reason, and it's lower for the folks in 2030 because the cost is actually being spread over more developments going out to 2050. Is that right? Like if we just looked at 2030 and figured out all these high costs, but then assumed, you know, anything in 24, 40 or 50, you know, we'll do another, you know, another calculation. That's not the case. The calculation is actually lower than it would be if we were just looking at growth till 2035 or something like that, right?
Well, it's I think the answer is yes. I would describe it as by saying if you looked at a shorter time period and said, okay, well, there's a smaller percentage of these projects that's needed to serve growth to 2030. Well, that also means your denominator is going to shrink proportionally because you're dividing it by now less growth. And so those two things work in tandem.
Yeah, and the project cost doesn't, you know, you're not exactly building half of a plant versus, you know, a whole MBR.
Well, yeah,
That's-
right.
yeah.
It is common to allocate costs based on capacity, as we've done in both the analyses.
Okay.
John, you touched on this in the methodology, but I think it might be helpful to clarify here as well about how the rate that growth actually happens at isn't really material.
Right.
So fixating on these 2040 dates or 2050 dates, that's just based on an estimation of growth that was done at one point in time. But the SDCs are calculated based on that capacity. Can you talk
Right.
more about that?
Well, what we care about is that the projects on the list are designed to serve the population, and you know, they've picked 2040 and the wastewater plan and 2050 and the water plan, but that date doesn't matter and the annual growth rate doesn't matter. What matters is when you achieve that population, whether it's in 2025 or 2075, those projects need to be in place to serve that growth at whatever time that occurs. And that's the math that is important, not the annual growth rate to get there, if that makes sense.
The other comment I would just kind of make, just to kind of clarify that I understand it correctly, and that is that, you know, these projects need to be built now in order for us to continue, you know, to get out of the moratorium and all that. Now, we're not going to have enough SDCs in the next 5 years to pay for all that because we're not going to be growing that quickly.
Builders aren't going to build anymore.
Well, I get that too, but here's what's happening. They need to be paid for. And what's happening is that there's a three-legged stool. It's getting some free money from the state and the feds. It's increasing our utility rates for ratepayers, and it's our SDCs. And so the pushback that you're kind of getting from all the folks is that the utility rates have been, you know, we've raised utility rates 250% in the last 5 years. And so, and more increases are scheduled. And so it's because that's the only money that we're going to have to be able to kind of pay for these things that have to get done now. And yes, part of that is increasing the SDCs. I'd have a question to you all about the comment about these SDCs being ramped up. We approve SDCs at the city council meeting. We could decide to not approve increases at any time, but I don't know of any increase. I know we haven't gone to our maximum ability to collect, but I don't know of any proposed increases in SDCs for either transportation or parks that were mentioned. Am I wrong in that, Mayor?
When you're done, I'd like to.
Yeah, we have nothing on the docket currently related to transportation SDCs. That the transportation system plan was updated 3 years ago-ish, something, a few years ago, can't remember exactly when that was. And the SDCs were increased at that point in time. Excuse me. As far as the parks system development charges go, there was a implementation schedule that was adopted with that resolution. There was a modest increase annually until it ramped up to that maximum amount.
I do remember that.
Part of that resolution included like an annual review of that specific SDC. We did that, I think, 2 years ago. So there is some future park SDC increases that are scheduled, but certainly need to be reviewed with the council before we automatically implement those.
And just
Done.
for point of clarification, there's no such thing as free money from the state or federal government. It's tax dollars.
Oh, I know. Oh,
Well,
I know.
but you say free money,
Okay.
you use that all the time. It's
Well,
not free.
May I bring us back for a minute? So this hearing and this decision is all about the methodology, not the rates. A lot of the testimony we heard is more related to rates, probably more applicable to the next hearing. But as far as the methodology, what we proposed are some minor clarifications to the methodology we previously opposed that should make it more transparent on what we've done it, how we got here, what we elaborated on. We'd heard from our expert who helped divide this, some clarification that directly addressed some of the questions that were raised by by Brendan Buckley and Johnson Economics. And I did have the opportunity to read that report earlier, and I found it inconsistent with my understanding of the FCS methodology that we went through, talked about, approved and reviewed. And so at this point, I think, are we going to approve this revised methodology? Are we to that point yet? Because we're going to have a heck of a rate discussion later anyway, so I think we should have it at the right time.
Do you want to make a motion?
Well, I'm asking amongst us.
I do just have one thing that I would like to just clarify for the record,
Sure.
since we had a lot of conversation about pipeline to Gresham, that sort of thing. I think this is probably clear to everyone on the city council, but just to make sure.
Good point. Thank you.
Yes, this STC methodology is based on the city's most current, most recently adopted plans. We all know the city is exploring whether there are any other viable options to be considered. But the city hasn't yet identified and chosen any other option. If the city does do that at some point, whether it costs more or less, then we'll be bringing back revisions based on what that new plan is. But at this point, we have the plan that we have.
Not that different than the second part, the next item for the water treatment, right?
Exactly.
Once we know more, we can revise and adjust.
Right. If the plan changes,
But
or if we
right
learn
now,
more
it's-
information.
It's the
right.
best plan that the council approved.
Correct.
And admittedly, perhaps dated, but it's the best we've got.
Any other
Just a quick
clarifications?
question,
Go ahead.
and because I'm with you as far as like moving this along. When do we anticipate having the conversation on rates?
I think that's number seven.
In two more agenda items, yeah.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Number 7?
No,
An SDC
oh, you mean
rates or
tonight?
utility
You mean
rates?
tonight?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought I interpreted what you said as a later conversation, not later tonight. So that's why I was confused. I was like, are we talking about this again? So,
Tonight's specific
Yeah.
to water.
yeah.
The larger conversation, should we adopt a different alternative in the facility plan for wastewater, that will come at a later date.
Okay,
After we adopt it.
right.
You want to make a motion?
I believe the motion.
I got it in front of me.
Go for it. Bridget.
I move to adopt resolution 2026
As amended,
Oh, is there
because
an
we have an
amendment?
amendment.
I thought that made it into the resolution.
It's in the resolution
Yeah.
in the packet, so the motion that you just made will
Okay.
enact that minor language adjustment or modification that we made.
Second,
I'll second it.
have a motion from Counselor Sheldon, a second from Counselor
Hokinson.
Wilkinson, thank you. Right. To approve resolution 2026-06. All those in favor, vote yay. Aye. Opposed, vote nay. Motion passes. Okay, the next item on the list is not a public hearing, it's a another resolution for 2026-707, excuse me. Agenda in front of me. Okay, do you want to do the staff report?
Yep, you ready for me?
Thank you.
So much of my initial comments are going to be the same from what you just heard, and you'll also hear some of them again when we get to the next public hearing. But we adopted an updated methodology for water and wastewater in March of 25, updated the rates in accordance with those methodologies in April of 2025. About a month ago, just over a month ago, the city council received a comprehensive update on our water projects and the status of those projects. And part of that update identified some anticipated cost savings for two of the major components in our water system upgrades. And that was project S3 and S4 in the water master plan. S3 and S4 probably doesn't mean anything to you all, but in terms of what's documented as the project number in the CIP list, that's what they are referred to as. And so the intent of this resolution before you this evening is to revise the cost estimates for project S3 and S4. As you can imagine, revising those projected costs ultimately has a impact on the SDC that is maximum, that is defensible to charge. And so revising the CIP list with S3 and S4 would reduce the maximum defensible water SDC from $18,477 down to $12,766, which equals a $5,711 reduction. Happy to answer any questions about the CIP listing, but in terms of the water project status, that was all delivered about a month ago, and the staff report and update that we provided at that point is linked to tonight's staff report as well for anyone that's seeking additional information.
Any questions or comments?
So this motion is just accepting the new list.
Correct.
That's all we're doing.
Just accepting modifications to the
modifications
to the dollar amount. The list itself, the projects themselves are all the same. It's just the dollar.
Modifying the dollar.
And clarification that, does that change the rates?
Next item.
This will not automatically change the rates.
No,
This is just this.
right, but in the next thing, this change does change the rates.
This change will leads into the next resolution that you'll have implementing the rates. So there's kind of I should have maybe opened with this. We've got
That's okay.
overall methodology,
Yeah.
modifications to the list of the methodology, and then the resulting rates that can be charged in accordance with step one and step two. Next time, I can draw it on the board back
Okay,
here.
any other comments or questions? Make a motion?
I move to adopt resolution 2026-07.
Second.
A motion by Councilor Ramsayer and a second by Councilor Smallwood to amend the water SDC CIP list as identified in resolution 2026-07. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, vote nay. Motion passes. The last resolution on the list is resolution 2026. Resolution discussing water and wastewater SDC rates. Do you want to do staff report?
Do you need to open it?
Yeah, we need
We're
to.
gonna have to open the public hearing, I'm sorry. I now open the public hearing at 8:55 for resolution 2026-08. Are there any abstentions to declare? Hearing none, are there any conflicts of interest to declare? Hearing none, may we hear the staff report?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. In March 2025, City Council adopted updated water and wastewater methodologies on April 7th, 2025. Council updated revised water and wastewater SDC rates. Since that time, we did receive a written review, and so staff worked with our legal team as well as FCS group to revise the methodology. Subsequent to that revision, we've also obtained additional information on the cost of our water projects and have recommended, and the council has adopted a revised CIP listing for the overall water SDC. So that's where we're at as of a couple minutes ago. But a few other items that I want to make sure we include in this staff report. So the revised SDC calculations based on the revised methodology and revised CIP being presented this evening reflect the city's water and wastewater project list, system capacity and expected demand, based on all the best information that we have today. I don't want to take us too far, into a detour, but I think it's important to note that SDC calculations are made up of a variety of different elements. We've talked a little bit about the improvement fee tonight for various projects, the reimbursement fee. We didn't really touch on compliance costs. There's a small allowance built into this SDC for the ongoing compliance cost of implementing an SDC program. And then the expected growth in system demand, which we talked quite a bit about. And there's a section in the staff report this evening that talks about how that growth was derived. Also in the staff report, but I'll say a little bit more of this out loud, are the calculation results for the maximum defensible SDCs. And for water, with the revision you made this evening, the maximum defensible is $12,766. And for wastewater, that number is still being held at the $14,952. After revising the SDC project list, which was just completed, the maximum defensible water SDC was decreased by 5,711. In an effort to ease the effect of these SDC increases on the development projects, which are currently in the pipeline, as we call it, we've already obtained the ability to proceed under the existing development moratorium. Staff has recommended to reduce the overall SDC package by a total of $5,700, of which, $7,500, of which 5,711 can be captured within within the water SDC, and the remaining $1,789 captured within the wastewater SDC. Should be noted, as Josh Soper previously mentioned, that the city is currently in the process of revising its wastewater facility plan and expects to bring that back before the council in June of this year. And if there are any changes that need to be made, we'll follow a similar process to revise the CIP list at that time. Finally, it's important to note, the revised SDCs, as presented this evening, result in a net increase from the 2025 levels of $15,508. Finally, a small number of development projects have obtained building permits since the increased SDCs had gone into effect back in April of 2025. And so staff is also recommending refunding those developers that had advanced their project to the rates that are being proposed this evening. Those refunds equate to approximately $42,000 split between the water and wastewater funds. So trying to make it right for those who have already pulled permits during this sort of time of influx that we've had. Josh, anything you want to add that I haven't touched on? No? All right.
Just a small verbal note, Tyler, that on the revised wastewater facilities plan, you mentioned bringing it in June. I think we'll bring it in May, right? But adopt it in June. Probably.
Thank you for that clarification, Joe.
Okay, questions or comments about this?
We're in the public
Public
hearing.
I'm sorry, what?
We're in the hearing.
Should you please public hearing?
I'm sorry, Gal. Okay, I've already made the comments about public testimony. That's still in play, 5 minutes each. Do we have anybody online?
So if you're online, if you'd like to raise your hand, it's just, you can click the raise hand button or dial *9 if you're on the phone. I don't see anyone right now,
Okay.
Mayor.
Is there folks in the audience that would like to testify? Please come up.
Do you need my information again?
If you just state your name for the record.
Dave Vandy. I'm gonna go off script just for a minute because I just have to voice my frustration that I think this process is very broken. Back in 2020, we were via Zoom because of COVID and had our second reading after a 5-1 approval of our application, land use application. All kinds of confusion ensued during that second reading. We were sitting at home on Zoom. Public comment period was closed, and it was excruciating to watched that discussion unfold. Some of you were part of that.
Mhm.
And not having the ability to clarify. I really feel like if we could have had some interaction that night, it could have saved us hundreds of thousands of dollars in 2 years and trying to come up with a plan B that everyone hated, including us, to then come back to our original plan, slightly modified, that we would have done that night. It was mainly a unit count issue. So it's broken that we can't have some continuous interaction to get to a final product that everyone fully understands. And I feel like I'm sitting here tonight and it just happened again. We're talking about the SDC methodology, and all of a sudden there's a rush to close public comment. We hear from the expert. He did not answer my questions. I still am not clear about the excess capacity. I think he said that the project list will build you out to capacity to 2040, which again is only 16 years. There has to be pieces of that project that is going to benefit capacity beyond 16 years from now. And as someone pointed out, it's going to take years to build that. So you're left with a handful of years that multi-million-dollar project is going to serve. So anyway, I don't know if all of you got clarification from his brief statement, or just because he's who the city hired and he says it looks good, then we're done and we move on. I would just really love the opportunity to have some open discussion until we all fully understand. I spent a lot of time understanding this, and I don't think all of you fully understand that methodology. You're relying on an expert, but there may be flaws, and it's having dramatic impacts on, our projects. So that's my off script. I know we're past the methodology now, but I think there's still opportunity to, adjust rates accordingly. And I think even with the methodology as it is, I don't know that there's necessarily an issue with the calculation, but I think there may be some issue with some of the inputs and understanding of it that get to the rates. I think this is still relevant for the rate calculation. I think there are still issues with the rate calculation, because I believe that among other things, there's got to be excess capacity, and that percentage that we talked about does not incorporate the excess capacity. That's just current capacity and growth capacity. It has nothing to do with beyond 2040 and 2050, unless I totally misunderstood what he clarified. So still really concerned about that. As far as the rates, definitely appreciate the adjustments. It's also concerning, honestly, that these projects can change so dramatically. If you look at the two that changed for water, I mean, it was, significant changes, significant decrease in our benefit. Luckily this time, what I'm concerned about is when the wastewater is reviewed, and if it does get updated with a pipeline, what I'm seeing online is, 200 million plus for that project. I think the one that's in the documents today is 160 or something. So when that's done, you guys are going to come back and say, oh, we need another 40 million. Now your SDC fees are going up even more. So concerned about that, but do appreciate and recognize that what you are proposing tonight is a $7,500 decrease, which is helpful, but it's just not enough. And I think Mac pointed out earlier that other cities have taken approaches of essentially exempting current approved projects from these increases. And that's what I'm asking for. This has been a long haul for Bull Run Terrace. 8 years, and 6 years ago was with our original application that then, like I just mentioned, got unprecedentedly denied. Our land use attorney at the time said he had never seen something like that happen in his 25 years. Anyway, it's been a long haul for us. The rates have just killed us on top of everything else that we've encountered through this delay, with coming up with a plan B, getting denied, eventually getting approved. Then there's a moratorium. I think it's 18 months later, we come up with this ERU program, which is great. And then bam, higher STC fees. At the same time, labor rates have increased, material prices have increased, interest rates have increased, and rents have gone down. Our project is primarily apartments. Rents have decreased, vacancies have increased. it's just been a perfect storm, and I don't think it necessarily has to be that way. So yeah, bottom line is I'm, requesting that you guys really consider exempting the current approved projects from the increased STC rates to allow us to move forward, because without it, you're not going to get any STC revenue. I can tell you for sure from our project, which is a 200 unit project. So you're going to get 0 or you're going to get 3 million if you let us go with the rates that we had when we were approved. And then really quickly, secondly, which is super important for our project and maybe others, is because of all of this unprecedented activity with moratoriums and waiting for ERUs and then increased STC rates, we've been on pause or, holds so many different times that we're running out of time with our land use application. It expires on December 5th of this year. Even if we get over the current hurdle of these STC rates, we can't turn the engineers back on quickly enough to meet that deadline. So I'm sitting here having spent 8 years on this project, $2 million to look at it die in a few months and back down to square one, which is, I've got a throbbing headache at the moment just thinking about it. And like I said, some of you have been through us on that path, and hopefully you understand. So I don't see the harm in an extension for us, rather than have us or someone else come back to the table for the same project, the same property. So I'm asking for a 2-year extension. I don't know how that gets rolled into this. Maybe I need to ask for it.
I think that's outside the scope of
Okay.
the hearing. So, help me out.
What would be the appropriate way to request that?
You've made your request.
Okay.
The council can't act on that as part of
Sure.
this hearing, but
Okay.
you've made your request.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then also in alignment with that, the ERUs as well. If we don't have ERUs extended, it does us no good to extend the land use application. So I'm requesting a 2-year extension on both of those to give us time, assuming we can get over this hurdle. And I don't think giving us more time costs the city anything. So I'm hoping that we can at least accomplish that. But fees are killing us, just asking for an exception. I think if you were to do that, you're going to see more STC revenue than not doing it, because at least for our case, it's going to be 0 compared to 3 million. So, thank you.
Okay. Are there other folks that want to testify? Mr. Evans?
Back even. One thing I do want to say is if I was incorrect about the transportation SDC, I thought I read something about that in a future agenda or something, so apologize if I was incorrect. I'm up here for a couple of reasons, things that I picked up on. Tyler had mentioned that doing a refund for the permits and the projects, that the homes that have been done would be part of this in comparison to the increase in SDCs. And I believe you said it was around $42,000. I think it's pretty stark and my numbers may be off by a few, but I don't think they are. My understanding, there were 148 building permits sold in the city of Sandy roughly in 2024. In 2025, there were 50. And 1 year ago tomorrow, since that time for the rest of the year, 48 were sold before April 7th and 2 were sold after April 7th. And I believe if 42,000 divided by 7,500 roughly, that's an additional 4 building permits. So the city of Sandy, my understanding, unless I'm correct, has sold 6 building permits in the last year. That's fascinating. That is very interesting. The other reason I'm up here is I don't know how exactly this works, but I want to make sure I preserve my rights and standing for the Sandy Housing Alliance and make sure that, because these are 2 different motions, that should we need to appeal or something, we can. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to testify? Anybody else online or phone?
No hands online here.
Okay, did somebody? No? Okay. All right, well, make a motion to close the public hearing, please.
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second. I have a motion from Counselor Hokinson and a second from Counselor Hanley to close the public hearing at 9:11. All those in favor, vote aye. Aye. Opposed, vote nay. Motion passes. Recap for the staff report?
I have nothing further to add this evening. Josh, do you have any?
I do not.
Comments?
Yeah, I've been really vocal on these since I got in this position. And like some of you have mentioned, I had to learn a lot about SDC, something be honest, I didn't know anything really about before I got interested in becoming on council. The point of the SDCs are to pay for the infrastructure that we all need and use. And I know you guys here know this, but I just want to make sure we're clear. And the way it's calculated, these methodologies are very much dictated to us by the state with very limited flexibility. But they do account for future growth and things like that. And so I want to address one of the comments about the growth. There had to be excess capacity. One of the comments was, if you're building a pipeline, you're going to build it with excess capacity. True. But the facility plan that those rates were built on did not have a plan in it. And if you look at how those capacities are calculated, they're usually calculated in gallons, either I don't know what is it, MGDs,
million gallons
flushed or water consumed. And those are the numbers. That's the capacity that the system is built out to handle when we're talking about water or wastewater. And we match that capacity to the need based off that population projection, be it 2040, 2050, whatever. And that's what the plan does. The plan doesn't build capacity for 30 years past its idea. That's just not the way the system works. It's not necessarily how you and I might plan for our own personal things, but that's how it works. So I know there were several arguments or discussions about that. I believe, my personal belief is that our SDC methodology does account for that reasonably, repeatably, and as accurate as the data at the time gives. The second point is when we have this maximum defensible, that means, of the dollars that's being spent on the infrastructure, so much of it is being in that maximum defensible. That's the percentage of the allocation that would support that future development. And if if we go below that level, you can look at it a couple of ways. One is, if you're going to build that subdivision or that next thing, you have to have the infrastructure in place to support it. Somebody has to pay for it. Maximum allowable limits, that tells us what is reasonable according to the state that we can charge the developer. If we can't charge the developer for it, then everybody else pays for it in their rates, both the people who are moving in and the people who already live here. And it disproportionately shifts the cost back on to the current Sandy resident ratepayer. Now, there was a comment made earlier, which I 100% agree with. I don't remember who made it, but it was about the fact that rates should have gone up more reasonably. I 100% agree with that. But through years of inaction, this council, for any of us on it, didn't do that. And they created this giant step function because basically they shifted the cost of all that development that we've been doing onto the ratepayer. And we have some of the highest rates in the area, and they're going higher. So this is the dilemma we are faced with when we go anything below the maximum level. We are shifting that back onto the ratepayer, and that's a tough thing. And to Councillor Smallwood's point, there is no free money. We're all paying for it somewhere. This is a horrible situation. I don't like it. We don't like it, but I feel obligated to defend that current ratepayer as much as I can. So to me, I support the rollback because as numbers improve, we need to match that. And so this rollback matches the fact that our earlier projections through basically the economy turned south and we were able to do a lot of stuff cheaper than we thought we could, fundamentally, right? We need to do that. I'm uncomfortable with the wastewater. I can be supportive of it, but I mean, fundamentally, we're asking that to shift back onto the ratepayer. So that makes me nervous. That's where I'm at.
I'm gonna add to what you said, and I agree 100% with you in that there's a fine line, and I've said it to this body before, of SDCs being so high that we get no development. There's a fine line there. I think we're starting to see where that line is. I agree with you. I don't agree with decreasing the wastewater SDC. Because Sandy residents are paying rates on water, Sandy residents are paying rates on wastewater. Which brings me to, I don't understand why we can't meet in the middle and reduce the Parks SDC, which Sandy residents are not paying a fee for, and have that conversation. So more than likely, my vote on this tonight, unless you want to separate these out, will be no. Because of that. I'd like to see that Parks SDC reduced significantly to meet in the middle, allowing our ratepayers to get the most, what's the word I'm looking for, relief. But still allowing for a reasonable business to be operated in Sandy through development and collection of SDCs. Because if we don't get building permits, we don't get SDCs. And I think sometimes we fail to look at that. So that's where I sit.
Can I have a clarification question for you?
You sure can.
How does reducing the SDCs help the ratepayers with parks?
Reducing the Parks SDC provides
them, I understand that.
Yeah.
Help, you said it
No.
helped the ratepayers.
No, I did not say that it helped the ratepayers. So I don't want to decrease these because that doesn't
Because
help
that
the
would help the
ratepayers.
rates.
Yes, but looking at reducing Parks SDCs to help development so that we meet in the middle with an overall relief in SDC package, which helps us achieve what they're asking for without affecting our ratepayers. So that's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Rich?
Yeah, I really empathize with your guys's plight. I will say that, you mentioned a lot of things that I think are out of labor market, materials, all of that's going up, and I get that and understand them. But I also want to second what Don said. Anytime we shift that, it's coming back to ratepayers. I would like to know, Tyler, like how much of I think the mayor answered how much our increase was, and then how many more years of rate increases do we have that are projected at our current projections? I get all that's up in there.
You're talking about utility
Yep.
rates. So I don't have the percentages in front of me this evening, but I believe our rate model goes through 2034 currently. So 8 more years of increases are projected.
So we are paying for it. Every family here in Sandy, as our power bill goes up, our water rates go up, our gas bills are going up, all these workers, people, all of our citizens, life is going up. And I do have to say there's a little bit, when I hear you saying that you've been building in here for years, to Don's point, you kind of had years, I understand the sting, but you kind of had a lot of years where these rates should have been a lot higher. Yeah. And unfortunately now it's here. Just like all my years of my water bill that I lived here being artificially low, and then all of a sudden it goes up, I'm having to pay for that same price. Maybe not to the degree, but it's for as long as I live in Sandy. And my job up here is to also look out for our citizens and make sure that development is balancing development and our costs. To the Parks SDC, I gotta say, man, we did a Parks master plan not that long ago. We all had the chance to vote on what those projects would be, and we chose those projects. There was no voicing against those projects. In fact, I didn't hear any opposition outside of Lori, I'll give her that, against the Parks SDCs. So all of this has been very transparent and out there. And so I am not really for doing that. On the flip side, I will say, I would be willing to work, but you're asking to go too far back. Your rates of going all the way back to when the project was approved. Again, life for everybody has gone up. There's got to be a little bit more of a middle ground for me to move, and I'm just speaking for myself on this. These numbers aren't in. They don't get me there. So that's what I'm at.
Wendy or Council Ramsey or Council.
I'll pass to Lindy.
I actually, Mayor, I would like to hear your response to the Parks FCC, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, that's not part of the hearing.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we've closed the public hearing, so I can't take any comments. I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah, so, no, but I do have some other comments, but I want to give you a chance to comment on the water, wastewater.
Well, I think it's relevant to the conversation. And I know that you are a huge proponent of a park, so I would love to hear the response before I formulate my overall, I guess I formulate my own overall opinion on this.
Well, my recollection, it's been a few years, but my recollection is that we had the Parks and Trails Master Plan and everybody unanimously approved that. Then when it came to start figuring out the SDCs, we cut the number of projects by over a third off the top, just to kind of say, you know what, it's too high, we can't do it all, blah, blah, blah. And so then what we did was we did this kind of ramping that these folks have kind of mentioned. We started, we didn't just go from here to there, we started ramping it up. And I think it's continued to stay that way, which honestly, I think is a good way to do it. I think the challenge, but there's a challenge, there's a difference between,
We didn't have a
building a
moratorium.
Pardon?
We didn't have a.
Well, we didn't have a moratorium, and we, whether you build, Deer Point Park, that's been waiting, they've been waiting for 10 years for that, or 12 years, whatever long it's been, versus we gotta have a wastewater treatment plant, or, it's gonna get dire. So that's kind of where it's a little bit different. My comments for this proposal is I totally wouldn't be here if I had any other options. I don't want high SDCs, and I don't want high utility rates. And part of the reason that we're here, and I've been around here for 40 years now, is that part of the reason we're here is because, the SDCs were artificially low, because the way this whole game works with the SDCs is you do a master plan, and then, you have that for 10 years or so, and they estimate the projects and they estimate the costs, and then when you actually go to do those projects, gosh, the costs have gone up by, a whole lot more. And yet you weren't collecting SDCs based on those kind of cost increases. I mean, just COVID alone, not to mention all the tariffs and everything else that kind of come into play that saw the costs, and you all saw it, I know, and your costs, materials and things from 2020 to 2026 are horrendous. And so the problem is that, when you only had to pay this much when the cost for doing those projects was this much, we didn't come after and say, hey, we need more money from you because, the project costs a lot more. But I will say that I was kind of one of the people that was pushing for, like, when we saw cost savings on those water contracts, I was the first one to say, well, first of all, we need to kind of reduce the ratepayers. We need to factor that into the ratepayer calculations to make sure that we're giving them the break, and then let's look at our SDCs and where can we reduce those to incorporate those reduced costs. So I am all about trying to make them as low as possible, but we still got to pay for these projects. And I don't have, again, and I appreciate your comment about it. There's no free money. What I'm alluding to there are state and federal allocations from lottery dollars and Christmas tree fund and a lot of other sources, especially the federal government that used to pay a lot for these kind of major infrastructure projects, and they're not doing that anymore. So now we have to take it out of our SDCs and our utility ratepayers, and we're looking at, we don't have a preferred alternative at this point. We're about to get in our new plan. We're going to have that all rolled out and a lot of public comment. And I am hopeful that we have a lower cost alternative that we can kind of pursue. And if that's the case, and if there's any opportunity in the future with those lower costs to reduce SDCs, I'm going to be the first one up here to say, let's start, doing those calculations, because I don't want anybody to have to pay more SDCs than we need to do the projects that we have. But in the meantime, you know, all we have is the information we have on projected costs and projected project needs and timelines and all that. And I don't, I apologize on behalf of everybody that, you know, that you're in the situation you're in and that we're in the situation we're in. And I just think we're, you know, we need to do the best we can, but at this point, trying to kind of, as Rich said, you know, going back to 2022 is like, that's just not an option. You know, we can't pay for the projects that we need to get out of the moratorium at all. And so, you know, I know that might help you out in the short term, but anybody else want to build in the future, we're not getting out of the moratorium without the investment needed to get those projects done. So we've taken out, I don't know, how many how many millions have we already taken out that your SDCs are helping us to pay back? I don't know,
That's a tough question for me to answer on the
yeah,
fly.
water, wastewater, it's
Tens of
probably-
millions.
It's, yeah, tens of millions, if not at least 100 million that we're already paying back for. And so this isn't like spending the money in the future. This is money that we've already gotten and we're having to make loan payments on. So with those kind of situations, that's where I'm at. And I don't, you know, if we want to take a look at park SDCs in the future or something, that's, you know, something that we can do. I'm not against that. I think that that's something that we can do, but at this meeting tonight, we're just looking at the water and wastewater, so.
Are we close then?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
What's the solution if there's no SDCs? Just increase ratepayers more?
If there's no SDCs?
Yeah, if we don't collect SDCs, what's the solution? Increase, yeah, exactly.
So
Ratepayers.
number one, if we were, I mean, it's hypothetical to some degree. But if there was no growth, we probably could hit everything we need with the current Sandy.
We wouldn't need this. If it wasn't for growth, we wouldn't need any.
I
We would
understand
need-
that, but then you're
we
gonna get a
need the growth
lawsuit from
too.
the state of Oregon.
Well, no, we could finish the improvements. We would, the issue, because we're hitting the numbers now at our wastewater.
I recognize that.
We're hitting the numbers on our drinking water. But when we look at growth, that's what's pushing us. You know, that's because that system was only lack of foresight a while ago, different councils not looking ahead at how fast Sandy was growing,
I understand
say
all
we're
that.
gonna run out, so.
But you're also looking at a state that's pushing development and housing.
Well, I don't get you. I mean, you're right. If we don't have SDC funds, I mean, if you want to off topic, if a really fun read.
No, and I'm not trying to pick an argument. I feel like sometimes people talk out of both sides. Like we want this, but then we want that.
I would love to debate that with you.
Yeah.
Because here's the deal. Unfortunately, and I said this on the panel, if we don't have growth, we don't need this, right? So we're doing this because of growth, right?
You're correct.
The reality of it is what the growth is paying for is substantially less than what the total project cost is. It's just their percentage of the increase. Okay, so that's the first thing. So really, it's not like all of a sudden they're going away that we're already stuck with the majority of whatever this thing ends up costing. The citizens are. Part two of that is, I would love some help. Kathleen and I went down to the legislature. I would love some help from the Sandy Housing Alliance to ask for some money. There's a lot of things I think we could have done that we've been there for, right? And this isn't part of my issue is none of this is a secret. Like I've been on council since 2020 and we've been having this discussion since I came on. And some of you, I'm not arguing with you, right? Some of you I've seen in here a lot of times. And I go back to, I want to work, but we can't go back to 2022.
I don't disagree.
I don't get to go back on my electric bill and be like, I want to go back to 2022 or my car insurance rates or any other thing in life. I don't get that. But what you're providing here isn't a reasonable step forward. So where I got to go is where staff tells me I got to go. Or else we have to, what's that?
To honor what you said in approval, that's all that they.
So
I'm just gonna say, we're not taking public comment.
And wherever that number lines or fell, we would have to figure out at that point where that money comes from. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it comes out of rates. So any reduction that we make up here today comes out of rates. Or as you know, one thing I've learned here of being on council is since we're going to open up the parks thing, a lot of these are involving multifamily housing, very dense housing. And I get that. I get we're tightened in. We got to kind of pack it all in. to create space for our new neighbors. I get all that. But one thing I've learned about living, I never lived around apartment complexes before, but I do now. And I have a park. That park is used predominantly every day by those kids that live in those apartments, as they should be. But where I grew up, parks weren't that needed. So I was kind of, before coming on here, I was like, the parks are like, why do we gotta pay for this? This is dumb. But now living where I live now, buy all these dense family houses and seeing how important those parks is for our kids, that is important that we keep those projects moving forward. And we've already scrubbed that by a third. A third of the projects that we felt needed to be done are gone, that the community said we need to do are gone. And that still set us at where we're at. It's half of the defensible rate. Where we're at is half, is where we landed as topped out. I mean, I'll debate it all day, but at the end of the
Still one of the
day,
highest in the state, though.
he even said, somebody else raised it. I don't remember what city, but somebody else did. Wilsonville, Just Jack, theirs up. They're all going up.
Yep.
Unfortunately, that's just the world we live
Same
in.
reasons.
Yeah, and
What was
again,
that, Don? For the same reasons, I mean, that we're facing, but just behind us on the curve.
Well, in Portland, they did reduce or eliminate STCs in certain areas, but again, where they did that was they already have all the roads built, the sewers, the sewer stuff in the pipes and all the water stuff is already in there. So yeah, they can, their STCs weren't that high for those kind of areas. And so that's where, it's kind of an apples and oranges to even be looking at different cities when we're in the situation we're in and different cities have different situations with their water and wastewater. And
Mayor,
so-
I think that's such a strong point. I just want to reemphasize that. You reduce SDCs for infill development, redevelopment, not for urban or suburban sprawl. Because if you reduce SDCs for suburban sprawls, you lead to bankruptcy. That's just the bottom line economics. Go look at smart towns. Guys, research papers on this, it leads to bankruptcy. You have to do those reductions in the inner city areas.
We also have to look at what the
Makes
rates
them
that the ratepayers that are moving into your new houses are gonna be paying, there's the whole affordability issue, but if you can't afford to pay all your bills and our water and wastewater bills, once you get moved in, then, that really hurts. I mean, to some extent, the folks that can buy a $700,000 house are probably gonna be more able to pay their water and wastewater bill than somebody moving into one of their apartments. And so that's the concern when we talk about, well, what if we don't have any SDCs? I'm like, well, what if, what happens when these folks really can't afford to be paying their rates? And so I am going to be working as hard as I can as mayor to get more federal and state money allocated to help both the ratepayers and the developers reduce their SDCs. So
Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion.
Yep.
If I may interject just
Go
before you do that,
ahead.
because I
Sorry.
did talk to Councilor Mayton. He was out for work purposes this evening, but he had a couple of comments. I just want to pass
Sure,
those
please.
along
Yeah,
to the
that'd be
group.
great.
He was in support of the methodology revisions that we already adopted. He was in support and understood the swapping out of the CIP list, so all good there. He's supportive of the reduction on the water side that we're proposing this evening. But he thinks that the wastewater SDC should stay as high as it defensively can stay and would be more supportive of allocating that $1,789 to a different SDC.
And I'd second that.
So that's not a motion, that's
No,
just his
I'm just saying
Can
comments.
you just
So
clarify
I'm
the
saying that
1789 part?
That was the reduction in the
Yeah, in the water.
So
in the
water is,
SDC.
water is getting a $5,711. $5,711 reduction. Wastewater is $1,789 for a joint total reduction of $7,500.
Okay, and he wants that wastewater part. What's that
He
like?
would recommend or suggest that $1,789 be pulled from a different source. That wastewater should stay at the maximum defensible.
transportation.
So-
So either transportation or parks,
So I want to test something.
or split between those two.
I
Sorry.
want to test the motion if we can on this. Knowing that we're going to have a wastewater facility plan coming back, knowing that we're going to adjust CIP and probably the rates, I would like to make a motion that we accept what we have here. So basically, my motion is to adopt resolution 2026-08 as written.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion from Counselor Wilkinson and a second from Councilor Hanley to adopt resolution 2026-08 as written. Is there everybody in favor, vote aye?
Aye.
Opposed, vote nay?
Nay.
All right, motion passes.
Thanks, Mayor. Can we take a break?
Yeah, let's get back at 9:45. Is that
Thank you.
okay?
Appreciate that.
Hopefully, I don't think we have too much, well, oh, no, hold it down for fast. Wrap this baby up.
Yeah, something nice and easy.
No question. Everybody get
That's why I'm asking.
Because of the beer.
The last thing we have is the ODOT
Better off just-
investigation report.
Sorry about the gavel, Mayor. Yeah.
That's okay.
I think you're getting owners, yes.
Yeah. Just go ahead and give us is there anything else? It's ODOT, right?
Yes, yep. All right, so you've heard a lot from me this evening. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna keep on talking to you. So you all, I think, have heard in one way or another that the city staff had approached ODOT to complete a speed study for reducing the speeds between Ten Eyck, and we had previously noted or referenced it as Luzon Lane. I think the official milepost marker is at Canyon Valley Road, which is the turnoff to the dump. So that stretch of Highway 26. We made that initial request to ODOT in October of 2024, and just a few weeks ago, we finally got the results of that and the recommendations from ODOT. So a lengthy process. Goes without saying, a lengthy process. Part of our request was decreasing the posted speed in that stretch by 15 miles per hour. So up closer to the dump, it would have gone under the city's proposal from 55 down to 40, and then once you cross Langensan as you approach Ten Eyck, from 40 down to 25. So this was all in part of an effort, part of the larger scale effort of increasing safety along the Highway 26 corridor, recognizing that there's been a lot of growth and development that's occurred out that way. So there's a lot more localized traffic. It's not just people that are, heading up to Mount Hood anymore. There's a lot of people, as we heard earlier, from one of the homeowners that lives off of Vista View, turning on and off the highway is a concern. So that was sort of the crux of how this request was submitted. And then additionally, also with the possibility of Bull Run Terrace advancing and DeBarco Road punching through, recognizing there'd be additional traffic turning west off of DeBarco and trying to make sure that those speeds sort of aligned with a little bit more of a safer traffic pattern. So ODOT conducted their speed zone investigation. It's an interesting process. Much of the work that they do is guided by OAR, and I linked that specific administrative rule in the staff report. Ultimately, the OAR dictates what the state traffic engineer can or cannot approve based on the data that is observed. Their study needed a minimum of 75 cars traveling in either direction. So this is a very short, brief snapshot in time, right? We've done separate speed data or speed studies rather recently in conjunction with the red light and photo enforcement concept. We've also had in recent months the Sandy Police Department's speed trailer out there. So we have a lot of data that spans a lot more time. ODOT's looking at a very small window of
75 vehicles in what time period?
They're there, it could be 3 minutes or 15 minutes, 75 vehicles
75 cars.
that are passing them. It's
They just take a
spot
random
study.
75 cars. Got it. Okay.
That took 2 years?
Well, it took 13 months for them to do the study. The study was done in November, I believe, and then it took another, we're in April now, so then another 3-4 months to complete the letter that was then sent to us. We have 30 days from the date that we received the letter to give ODOT a thumbs up or a thumbs down, which puts us at the April 20th response deadline. So ultimately, ODOT found that 96% of people traveling from Ten Eyck to Langensan were exceeding the speed limit, but I'm sort of cut to the chase here, right?
74 of 75?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to
Yeah, I
understand.
know.
We're speeding
96, so.
at that stretch of road.
So everybody.
But not speeding either enough, and the traffic crash data for that spot isn't severe enough to warrant a reduction in speed. They believe that that is more of an enforcement issue, not a ODOT traffic safety speed reduction issue. From Langen Sand to Big Canyon Valley Road, I don't have the percent, 14% of drivers were exceeding the existing 50-mile-per-hour speed zone. ODOT did take into account what they have called the cultural context of the roadway slightly up there. So they recognize that there's some businesses that are along the highway and there might be a little more traffic turning in and out. And so the guidelines that are in place allow the state traffic engineer to recommend this drop of 5 miles per hour from 55 to 50. So ultimately, we need to give ODOT the thumbs up that yes, feel free to swap out that 55-mile-per-hour sign to a 50-mile-per-hour sign. Thank you. Or we don't concur with their findings and we advance towards a traffic review panel that is not bound by the same guidelines as the state traffic engineer and the OAR. They've got a little bit more flexibility. So we would go and plead our case, present our own data.
Like 100 cars next
Okay.
time.
We have lots of data that shows a speeding issue in parts of that area. So I'm going to make two comments that are kind of questions, kind of comments, and I want to open it up for discussion. I think part of the question that I have is what comes first, the chicken or the egg? What comes first, the speeding or the enforcement, right? How do you, if we say, great, ODOT, thanks, post new signs, it's not making a meaningful reduction, and we don't have an enforcement program that can deal with the volume of speeders that are traveling that stretch of the corridor. If we say we don't like your recommendation and go to a traffic review panel, which will take 3 or 4 months to get scheduled, and we present our case and they agree with it, they reduce the speeds. My concern with just a speed reduction without an enforcement program is that you're not going to actually change behavior at all. They're not following the posted speed now, so why would they follow a new posted speed without an enforcement mechanism? Parking a patrol car somewhere along that stretch is going to help a little bit, but it's certainly not going to address the volume of traffic that we have day in and day out, and not going to yield the same results that other enforcement mechanisms may yield. So I guess
list the fire department because they're gonna get 24-hour.
yeah,
They'll be up
Got
there
them
anyway.
posted.
They already have that.
So, I think that the topic or the discussion that needs to take place this evening is, do you have any questions about the study? And I'll do my best at providing the information that I can share from what I gathered from ODOT. Initial thoughts or perspective on this minor reduction. It's also important to note that we are planning on bringing back at the next work session on April 20th, additional information on the traffic technology program. The last time we brought that before the council, there were some questions. We've had a chance to follow up with ODOT, do some additional investigations with other agencies, other organizations that have photo enforcement and photo radar and red light cameras in their community. So we'll have a sort of a better ability to have a conversation about that technology component. Unfortunately, with the way that the dates have worked with getting this report from ODOT and needing a response within 30 days, we couldn't align that sort of discussion in a more efficient way. So that's why we're here this evening. I'll stop rambling and open it up for questions or
I have a
discussion.
question. So ODOT 5 miles an hour, thank you very much. Can we just go, thank you so much. This was a lovely report, and just kind of say we're gonna leave it as is, and if we decide to go forward with the traffic enforcement cameras, reader boards, is ODOT gonna go, well, I don't know.
So of course I can't get
So let me just clear, is your question that if we don't change it, we still need to get permission from them for enforcement camera?
Yeah.
Right?
Is it gonna be a conflict if we go one direction when they've said, well, the 5 miles an hour is a just what we can justify. Is there gonna be a conflict with thanks, but no thanks, and then going a different direction and working?
I don't think so. So the 5 mile per hour zone is further up 26, right? You know, does that impact the speed in which people are traveling as they cross Langensan and come into downtown?
I don't think so.
They're driving the car, so maybe to a certain extent, but ODOT really specified that there was an enforcement issue on the stretch from Langensan to Ten Eyck. And so I think that really the documentation that they have, even though it's a very small spot study of only 75-ish cars going in each direction, it further supports the need for technology should the council decide to go that way. It was their own words that referenced, you know, an enforcement issue. Obviously, we have traffic counts. Can't have a solo person address all of those vehicles and the related traffic counts. So I think to your question, if we were deciding to say thanks but no thanks and put in an application for technology, I think we just have additional data that supports the need for that technology. Ultimately, I think we probably want to do another speed study at some point in the future once we have that technology to see if and when the traffic patterns have changed, when more people are
We
following
had
the
to
speed
do
limit,
one in the
hopefully.
summer, because we did one in the fall and the winter, didn't we? When was the last?
The ones
speed
that
study?
the city conducted?
Yes.
So Chief, I think you did your radar trailer, was that
The week or two before.
Hood to Coast?
So summer.
So summer
Okay.
of 25, 24, right when you first got here.
Yes.
Yeah, so summer of 24, we did, Chief did that study.
Okay.
And then the study through Novoa Global,
Mhm.
was like October of 25, I think, over a 7-day period.
Yeah. I don't know that we want to pay for that again, but
We didn't pay anything for the Novoa Global, that's part of the, should you go
I mean,
through
would
a
it-
contract?
yeah.
So, and then ODOT conducts their own study, right? That's how they generated this, but the person I assume out there with like a radar gun.
It was such a low
Snapshotting people.
snow year. I wonder if, I mean, the cars are the cars and they're going the speed they're going, but if we do it in the summer coming down in this stretch where we're talking about, the speed study again with the outside company.
Depends
I
on-
wonder,
Depends on the amount of traffic too.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it just seasonally. I mean, I think we got all the answers we need, but if we needed to cover, you know, another snapshot of it to justify, you know, the expense, the cost, the studies. I don't know if it'd be worth it to do a summer one and then as opposed to the fall one. I think we probably got a pretty good picture of what it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, we can explore that, you know, again, I don't want to jump ahead to an April 20th work session, but I think our initial conversations with ODOT, you know, they understand why we're having this
Mhm.
conversation, right? It's not a secret that we've got tens of thousands of cars that drive through our community, and if anyone that lives here or works here looks out the window, they know that many of those people are traveling higher than the posted speed, right? So I don't think anyone at ODOT was surprised by the inquiry from the city of trying to understand that application process and timeline better.
Thank you. Rich, do you have some thoughts?
Yeah, I kind of find it funny that the highest speeds are in the 40 mile zone. Otherwise, there's no speeding problem. It's just a note. What is the, like, if we're gonna do anything, what's the goal? What goal are we wanting to get to? Would be my first question, because like, do we want that zone to be 30? I mean, as a council or whatever, do we want that to be a 35? I mean, are we?
Which zone are we talking?
The where they want to reduce it down by, basically they're looking
So
at
from
2.5
Lang-
miles.
Langensan to
The out of town part.
Huh?
It's the out of town part?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crosses from inside city limits to outside city limits. So
Yeah.
our
Langensan
request
basically
had
did that.
been reducing it to 40.
Oh,
And they just said they'll go down 5 miles from 55 to 50, which is.
yeah, but I get why. I mean, remember their focus is keeping cars moving.
Yeah.
That's their focus.
Yeah, we have competing
Yeah, we have
interests here, right? And
competing
that's-
interests, yeah.
I think we should call that out and be transparent.
Yeah.
We've got competing interests.
Yeah,
I don't fault
100%.
them for
Nope.
wanting to flow traffic
Yep.
through our community, but you know, we have a desire to have a safe downtown that's walkable
Yep.
and not have people speeding and have compliance. So it's trying to find the
The happy medium.
happy
Yeah,
medium.
for sure.
I mean, my point to that is I support either one. If we want it to be more and that's our goal, 40 doesn't sound too unreasonable. I do gotta say, I kind of agree with her, and I had to look it up because I couldn't think of how close Canyon Road is, but I do.
That's a transfer station.
Yeah. But I do take issue with the increase in speed occurring so close to the most dangerous, I think what I know to be one of the most dangerous intersections in Oregon,
Yeah.
Furwood Road. So I don't know that that's necessarily a good idea. But I mean, that's for an engineer to decide.
They're the ones that made the intersection there now.
Not a long time ago. Those guys aren't there anymore. They've retired.
So, sorry, so you're saying that it's 40 and then it ramps up to 55 really
Yeah.
quickly? Is
It
that?
it
that's
will
what
be
you're taking
right
issue
there.
with?
Yeah,
Okay.
right there where you turn off to go to the dump.
Yeah,
All of a sudden, that's where the increase is,
Got
and
it.
then that's right before Furwood
so that
Road.
feels like.
Didn't we petition, I'm sorry. go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Didn't we
please.
petition the county to look at that in the county traffic study that we did our top
Yep.
concerns? I believe I just read something that intersection was included in that, so that may incorporate somewhere. at
That we
some
asked
point.
them to do that?
I believe that
Yeah,
was
yeah,
on
you
our
know,
short
I think we did, but
Yeah.
I mean, that's gonna be an ODOT issue, and I just
Right.
don't see. ODOT.
another 3 years.
I do just want to point out, and I can't confirm this with 100% certainty, but I think the reason our application was tied to Luzon Lane was because that's the nearest cross street after city limits ends.
Mhm.
And ODOT goes by milepost marker, which
Mhm.
is why they've extended theirs out to Canyon Valley Road. So leaving Shorty's Corner out wasn't really an intentional, like,
But it is outside the
request
city
as much as
limits.
we were focused on the city limit corridor, and then ODOT just moved it to the nearest milepost.
So, but to the point of it, you know, the one thing to think about is as we tinker with speeds, right, and reduce them. There's a lot of pushback about traffic through town and the buildup. It's
More
gonna
traffic.
compound that. And then especially as some days, you know, if DeBarco Road connects or anybody that lives on a side street. Your Waze, Google, Apple will start to push them onto those side streets so that they can get around it faster and increase your that. So just as we tinker with speed limits and all those other devices out there, just think about that because it will significantly increase your backups.
Well, I'm kind of confused about, you know, if we're proposing, you know, enforcement cameras or something out there in both the 55 mph and what's now the 40 mph. You know, is it better to kind of go ahead and forget reducing the speed limit and just start doing the cameras? And then, you know, if we think we need to reduce the speed more to increase safety, in addition to the enforcement, then we go and ask and we have more data and all that.
I don't
Or
like
do
the
we,
optics.
or let me just finish, or do we ask for speed reductions and then do the cameras? I mean, part of me at first was thinking, okay, we reduce the speed first because they're too high and then we won't catch as many people, or, you know, maybe we will, but I mean, if the intent is to increase safety, then getting, you know, reducing speed limits would seem I get your other points though about slowing traffic down. So I'm just trying to kind of understand, like you said, chicken and egg.
Third option, can I throw out a third option? And I'll rely on the traffic enforcement professionals, but could we do like a 1 month, 2 month high traffic patrol specifically designed to capture, you know, with that patrol officer and those high traffic, you know, that's Sunday afternoon, Fridays, or like, you know, in periods of time where we know that we have, and would that maybe be a better option?
We could always do focus patrols.
And I'm truly just asking, I'm not
We can always do
suggesting.
focus patrols.
Yeah.
I think what the data has always shown on 26 is that it's very predictable, and it's been predictable for years. We all know what times
Mhm.
it's gonna be. And in the seasons, the recreational activity, the only thing that changes is whether or not that driver is going to the mountain to ski or one of the other locations to ride their bike.
Yeah.
Or they're going to Beer Fest in Bend.
Right.
It just, their destination changes, but the same people, the same cars, the same speeds, the same numbers come through all the time.
But Chief, let me just ask, isn't it, you know, when we have like huge amounts of ski traffic and camping traffic and all that, the speeds are going down. So we're not, right?
Well,
Because there's so much traffic, you
like,
can't.
like Counselor Sheldon mentioned, like when you get that high volume of traffic going through Sandy, you can't help but slow down. It's like
Yeah.
rush hour on I-205. Nobody can speed because there's nowhere to go.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, yeah, you will see those decreased speeds during those high volumers. And I remember back to my OSP days when I worked the mountain. If I was working a day shift and I worked from 6 A to 4 P, I needed to leave government camp by 3 PM. Or I would never get home. Because it was just gonna be one bumper to bumper crash, 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 especially in the wintertime. All the way. And then when I got to Sandy, I just did the 5 mile an hour through Sandy until I could get off Orient and head home. But we have our radar trailer. The issue with the radar trailer is everybody sees it and they slow down. So I don't think the radar trailer gives us an accurate picture of what people are actually doing.
Well, I agree with you, and I think that once people realize that there's no camera involved,
Yes.
they don't care.
And the
Well,
same,
sometimes it becomes a game to see how
fast
how
you can
high I can get my
Yeah.
number.
and the same goes
Okay, Rich.
for that,
What number
for
did you
that
get?
marked
Where's the
car or even an unmarked car.
Yeah.
Or multiple cars. We will have. Can't remember. As part of the Clackamas traffic team, we rotate around the area and we do our traffic saturations in all the towns. I can't tell you when we're gonna have one here, but I've already kind of got it. Officer Kasab is gonna plan that and it's gonna be more of a Highway 212 26 mission and not specific to Sandy because that team is rather large.
Mhm.
And I didn't want 20 cops in the city limits of Sandy
Mhm.
for an 8-hour period. That's too much.
Yeah, it is.
So we're gonna spread.
You have
those
no,
guys
it's a
out.
bunch of traffic.
And that'll be the same mission more or less that is ran in August, the day prior to Hood to Coast. They always run that mission the day prior.
Right.
Hood to Coast, and then they come up again on Hood to Coast and then run it again, so you have a lot. So we can always do focus patrols if we decide, hey, do we want to look at this? But there's a lot of existing ODOT data. You've got all the crash data. You've got traffic counts going back years. It's never changed.
I believe
It probably gets
Chief,
more and more.
sorry, I believe Chief also said an officer can only issue 3 citations an hour realistically.
No, I get that. It's just, it is a deterrent.
To see somebody pulled over, yes.
Well, as a deterrent to see somebody pull over, but also, I mean, every time somebody sees a cop car, they slow down. And so I guess my thought was just if people start over periods of time to realize that there's cops in here, I better slow down. You know, it
You
might.
lived in Sandy long enough to remember that I would be pulled over in Beaverton and they go, oh, you're from Sandy? Have you been issued a ticket by a Sandy police officer? I'm like, no, they go, you will. Because Sandy used to be renowned for, you do not speed through Sandy. When I was a teenager, when Shirley moved out here, oh, no, you went 22.
Anyway, just a thought.
2 things. One, I actually am for looking to see if we can reduce the speeds before, because I kind of want it to choke up a little bit just to think about it. But the second thing is, well, actually 2 things for you. One, the officer that sits at the little tip over there by Tractor Supply at 26. I have noticed like a substantial reduction of people speeding through there because they're constantly sitting over there. And you know, even just the other night coming home, everybody was driving 45, 50 as they should through there. And sure as enough, there was a Sandy cop sitting there. So I think it does have its impact, and it is having an impact. So thank you guys for that. With that being said, as we sit here and kind of dabble on what we're going to do and stuff, one thing I would propose is, while yes, there is the Clackamas mission, but that comes around however often that it comes around. I would almost propose we have some council contingency that maybe we have if the chief's willing to come up with a plan and devote some focus patrol money for that and see if we can focus on a specific corridor and if it has a marked reduction in speed, see how that works. So i.e. maybe we dedicate it to, if our focus wants to be from Tenite to, I don't know, Canyon Road or wherever you want it to see, wherever you want it to be, you know, we devote a few hour and get, you know, especially throughout the summer, devote some money for overtime so that they are able to increase their staffing and just focus on that traffic. I don't know how anybody else feels about that, but I would support that.
I will say that with the addition of Officer Kasab, who is now a full-time dedicated traffic car.
I'm sorry, can you speak up a little bit, Chief?
Yeah, my allergies will allow. With the addition of Officer Kasab as our traffic car, he's been able to do a lot more traffic patrol. With him coming on board, he's actually utilized all of our grant overtime. And so I reached out to ODOT and they actually gave us more. So I do have more grant overtime funds that we could utilize, and some of that can be used to do some focus efforts. And all you guys have to do is tell us kind of where you want those efforts focused, and we can work on a few patrols.
And I would be even willing to, I don't know how much you guys got, we can have that comment, but to do to a degree match it to allow, you know, throughout the summer, some high intensity patrols, specifically on the weekends and stuff like that. If that's what you feel is reasonable. I just think that we could see if we can make an impact with that, because I will say, there is something said about a bunch of police lights. Like, you see one cop car and you'll slow down while you pass a cop car. When you see 2 or 3 cop cars with their lights on, everybody slows down. And that actually is pretty measurable. They've done studies and you can see the measurable impact for a little bit. So I don't know, just throwing that out there. If that's something council wants to support, and that I think it would be worthwhile, especially as we head into the summer months.
Mayor, if I could, go correct. First of all, to Councilor Sheldon, that sounds good, especially if we had red light running to that in those odd areas that we've talked about in the past. As for the discussion that we started earlier about, do you put the enforcement in place or lower it? Once again, Rich bringing up maybe lowering it isn't the right thing. Maybe that creates it more dangerous, but notwithstanding that, because I don't know if that is or does not, but if we have information in front of us that suggests that it should be lowered, I feel like we need to act on it. I know it's not a liability, but it's a personal obligation, because I feel like if we don't act and somebody gets hurt, it's like, shoot, I probably should have done something, right? You know, not that it won't change.
Well,
The reality is,
it's kind of ODOT, but you know, I mean, we said that there was a problem and then they kind of, you know.
not right, but
Yeah,
so, I mean,
yeah,
I'm
no,
just
I
saying.
agree
you
with
know,
you though, it's
maybe,
the right thing
but
to
I don't
do.
think we wait until the enforcement. The other part is, I don't want to start it at 50 with enforcement and then lower it to 40, because what people will hear is, oh, you need more money. And the enforcement has to be about safety. So we need to make sure that, so we lower the speed limits, we add enforcement later. You know, to me, that's more indicative of what we're really trying to accomplish.
Well, we don't know that we'll be able to get it to 40.
Well,
We're hoping, but
Correct.
yeah, we
I'd
don't know
rather
that we'll be
take-
able to get it there, and
I'd rather-
it's gonna take some work.
I'd rather take something now and act on it, especially if it's as easy as, you know, we say yes and they put up a sign, whatever.
Can you clarify for us does the data that we collected with our studies, before?
Matter.
Well, no, can that be used with this review panel that is now, you know, with that process? Can we, that's my question. Can we use that extra data that we had, not just 75 cars? Can we use the data that we've collected to make our case in front of this review panel?
Mayor, I've sat on that speed zone review panel as a state police officer. Yes. All data can be used. When you go testify, all data can be used.
Okay.
And I've seen from personal experience, the city of Portland came in trying to do a reduction with zero data.
Oh.
And they lost.
Uh-huh.
Okay, other cities, people have come in with a lot of data in the speed zone review panel. Granted that because they had the data to prove it. The speed zone review panel can, as Tyler mentioned, look at more things than just the study. Those studies are actually done by independent contractors, by the way. And with the radar in their car.
So you're kind of recommending that maybe can go for this review panel to try to get, with our data to try to get it reduced. And then we can proceed with enforcement at some reduced rate, maybe 40, maybe not, maybe less
I
or
think that's
more.
definitely something you could do.
With a reasonable chance of,
I think so.
okay.
I haven't seen, from my experience sitting on that panel, I think the data is here.
For me, the
And
section
that's a
from,
dangerous intersection.
yeah, from Langen, from Ten Eyck, that from Ten Eyck to, past Langensan is the bigger concern for me because, for them to say that we don't need to do anything and, you're getting into a 25 mile per hour zone and, the speed limit's 40, but they're going 50 or more. That's kind of more of a concern for me. I'd rather try to kind of get more reductions there in that section. I mean, if we want to live with the 5 mile an hour reduction further on, whatever, but if we had to do one or the other, my focus would be on the stuff closer to downtown.
My concern with reducing that speed further is that it's just a sign that no one's gonna follow because they're not following the existing
Yep,
sign.
exactly, I
So
agree.
until we have a mechanism to actually hold people accountable on a consistent basis, not for a couple hours on a couple days, but a consistent mechanism to hold people accountable, I don't think that we're gonna see. And this is just me as a driver, right? I'm not a law enforcement, not a traffic engineer. I just don't think that as a driver, you're gonna see the impact of anyone driving more safely.
No, I think both are gonna require the enforcement
What's that?
We found
mechanism.
our problem child.
Yeah. No, enforcement's gonna be required whether it gets reduced or not. I'm just trying to kind of understand, is it, better for safety or better for, part of me just feels like it is too much of a speed problem there and that we should reduce the speed, but it's kind of like you said, chicken and egg. So what's your recommendation, chief?
On this particular piece,
The part section closest to downtown.
I agree with what Tyler is saying. I don't think anybody's gonna pay attention to what's posted. And all you have to do is continue your drive up to Zigzag into the 40 zone that starts at milepost 38.
Wildwood. I mean, it's RV Village.
No,
Nobody
Yeah.
pays attention to that. My wife and I just came through there yesterday on our way home. Nobody pays attention to that. I did. And I know when I worked that as a trooper, if I stopped every violation that I saw, I would never get home. I would just continue to stop car after car after car. I don't think changing the speed 5 miles an hour in here is going to work. Personally, the only thing I think that will work is speed cameras. Or extra patrols. We know extra patrols will work, but we're a resource. We don't have it yet. I think that will make a significant impact because people will know there are cameras there. You'll see people reduce. And then there's gonna be a certain percentage of people that are just gonna ignore it. They wanna get to where they wanna go and they're gonna take the consequences. And that seems to be the attitude I see here on traffic stops of my own. When I'm stopping people that are just going through town, they're like, yeah, I was speeding, you got me. That's it. And you never even see them in court.
I wish we could move out, just having that transition between 40 and 25 right there at 10 I just seems like, you're already into downtown, and so it just I wish we could kind of just move it back.
Are we ready to
Yeah.
point in a direction? It's like
I just want
10:30.
one sentence,
Yeah.
okay? I just want to make, I strongly believe we should put out new speed limits before the cameras go up.
We haven't voted on cameras yet.
I understand that, but the question was asked, the chicken and egg thing. I think the speed limits need to go up, even if Nobody follows them. We have put out a best practice. We have said this is the speed that is safe. And we don't come in at the same time with something that appears to be a revenue making thing and a lowered speed at the same time.
I am not pro traffic camera, everyone knows that, but if that is, I have a feeling I might get outvoted on that, but if that is the direction, I 100% agree with Don. I think it would have, one of the things to weigh is the optics in the community, and if you go set, it already looks like a speed trap dropping from 40 to 25, and then bam, we're gonna put a camera. If we go and we start tinkering with speeds even more, it's gonna look even worse.
Yeah, so that's what I'm worried about. Thanks, Rich.
Anybody else want to weigh in on that?
I would just add that, it's approximately, from historical numbers, approximately 70% of the citations we issue are to people that do not live within city limits or within the 97055 zip code. So it's out of towners that are passing through that aren't paying attention to the posted speed signs that we currently have. Either unintentionally or intentionally. I'm not going to venture to guess, why they're doing it, but it's not Sandy residents that are the majority of the violators that we are currently experiencing and have historically experienced. It's people that live outside of our community. So take that for what it's worth, but I think it's an important metric to keep in mind as we talk about the types of violations that we see and who's actually being issued those violations. The vast majority are not Sandy residents.
Well, I kind of agree with Don and Rich and bringing that data to that review panel. And also the information that we, are looking at an increased enforcement too, because that would get us better results also.
Chief, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
Sorry, if we accept their 5 miles an hour, we don't go to the panel. We just take what they want. If we wanted more reduction than 5 miles per hour, is that correct?
Yeah.
Then we would say no, thank you, and go to them with another offer.
Yeah. We were just gonna ask you the same question.
Do we go to them with is it work that we go and say, hey, we think the speed limit should be 35, or do they just set the speed limit to what that panel would think if we were to go that route?
In my experience, it's always been a request by the city to say we believe that the data supports a 35.
And they can choose to say, yes, that sounds great, or no, we think it should be 40, or no, we defer to ODOT's recommendation of doing nothing, or they're not bound by this or that. They can find a middle ground.
By or don't they have the right to go within 5 or 10 of your suggestion? So that's how I remembered it.
So what would
That's not what was
what
just
would we
displayed
want
to me.
would be the question. What speed are we, again, back to like, what is our goal speed that we are asking, that we would ask for?
I defer to people who are smarter than me in this regard.
Well, originally we asked for reduction from Tenite to Langensan to reduce it to 25 miles an hour.
Right.
And I support that because Langensan, you're still kind of downtown and all that. Did anybody not support 25 miles an hour to Langensan?
Oh, I think because you're gonna have 25 miles an hour from Langensan to Tenite too, coming back into town, and I just think that will greatly impact your traffic coming back through town. Greatly impact your traffic.
Well, and then we go from 25 at Langensan to
35 in town.
But just, sorry, going out of town, right? We go.
If you're
we would
actually,
go from
if you're
25
saying
at Langensan.
25 miles an hour, it's 35 through town. And then you would tell people they have to slow down 10 miles an hour out.
It's 25 through town.
That's 25.
Oh, we found our other problem child.
Oh, I guarantee you. I drive a big red rig with lights for a living. You better believe I have a lead foot. Is it 25?
It's 25.
Anyway,
From
okay,
the
then I,
Tollgate all the way till you get to just past
Yeah.
Tenite.
Okay, then I retract what I was saying.
So just from it's only like 500 feet, 25 from Tenite to Langensan.
What if we asked for it to be 35? I do think 25 is gonna be.
it's gonna
slow.
impact coming back through
I think
town.
that's gonna have a lot of choking.
I like
Either
35
or 30.
because
And
we're
then it's kind
now
of
creating a
phase it down.
transition. I like that.
Speed up a little bit.
So it goes
Speed up or
25,
slow down. Either way, you're transitioning.
And then 65 beyond that.
55 down to 40, down to 35, down to
Okay.
25.
Okay, yes.
Land,
Is that-
kind of land.
Can we live with that? Or did you get that?
I'm gonna need you to sketch that out.
Okay.
I got
55,
it.
you got that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
We can explore that. I don't know how, I'll check with ODOT to see how a request that differs from the application we already submitted to now a hearing, like how that change is
We'll meet
made.
them in the middle. We're just trying to.
But we're not meeting ODOT in the middle. We're going with I mean, it's a whole new request.
Well, we asked for
right?
25. They gave us 40 or
Nothing. They gave us
nothing,
nothing
right?
on the
Right.
25.
So now we're saying, hey, we'll bump it up to 35.
It's a compromise.
It's a compromise. is the way
So
I
it's a
look at
compromise
that.
with a different decision maker, so I don't think it's really a compromise. It's a new application, but that's fine.
you
Just-
run-
I
Put
can
the lawyer,
ask.
put the lawyer spin on it. We should be good.
Did you run it past our?
It's 10:30, you
Okay,
guys.
so we got 50,
Let's
we're
go.
going from 50 to 35. Let's, okay. All right.
And if that doesn't work, Tyler,
Okay.
then
Wait, we didn't lower it to 50 yet.
Yeah, so what I wrote down was we wanted
That's
to
okay.
advocate for still the 40 from the dump to Langen's End.
Okay,
And then 35 from
Mhm.
Langen's
Okay.
End to Tenai.
and then 25. Okay.
And then 25 into.
That's what I heard. Is
Okay.
that what the
That-
council?
Yeah,
the
we know
change.
that. Okay.
Yep, okay.
All right, good. All right, let's get quick update from the city manager and very short council report.
Yeah, so I already mentioned this earlier, but it was on my list. The request for information for council chamber improvements is currently out receiving information. So we'll be following up with you all on the results of that in the near future. You may have seen when it was daylight when you arrived, there was some work going on over at the plaza. A few weeks ago, there was a semi that hit some trees that knocked out 2 and a light pole. The third tree was severely damaged. The third tree was removed today. They're grinding out the stumps currently so we can start the replanting work. No impact to traffic or anything currently, but when the light pole gets replaced, there's probably going to be a lane closure, I would imagine, for a couple hours while that gets installed.
Can we plant those on Arbor Day?
That was not part of our plan. I don't know when the contract
It's Arbor
states the
Month.
planting is
As long
happening.
as it's in April.
The only hangup with that whole remediation is the street light that was there. A component of it is discontinued, so it's not going to match everything else. So we're looking at what other decorative streetlights we have. There's one right outside of City Hall here that we might be able to swap the headlamp from that one and put it over here. So that's a consistent feel. So trying to mitigate and work through some of that.
Wasn't that covered by insurance?
Yeah.
Not ours?
Well,
Okay.
everything can be covered by insurance, but how quickly does insurance actually act and pay out? And so
I'm just mentioning it because matching should be part of the.
yes.
I mean, they should pay to match.
We
Okay,
also have some other streetlights being replaced down here with the Minot Park renovation, so it may all work itself out, but we're working through that. Last thing, and Mayor, this specifically applies to you, and I haven't had a chance to talk to you today, but we've been trying to get a meeting with Representative Bunch on the books for quite a while. I sent you a calendar invite. We were able to get that nailed down for this Wednesday. Hopefully that works with your schedule. It's during our normal,
Agenda planning.
thank you, Jeff, our agenda planning time. If it doesn't, we can chat offline,
No,
but
that's
just giving a heads up that we've been talking about that,
Yep.
getting that meeting on the books and it's finally on the books. Thanks for listening to me talk for several hours this evening. We had a lot of stuff to cover tonight, and I appreciate all of your support and decision making throughout the evening. Thank you.
okay. Counselor Wilkinson.
So it just occurred to me, and I mentioned to these guys, so I just mentioned it here, so it shows up on the bin list, that we should do some hearings and legislative, type training. We haven't done in a long time. So that we're all on the same page for what we should and shouldn't do in a hearing, the structure, and the different types of hearings. Anyway, we did it when you and I were first on. I haven't done it since then, so. These guys haven't seen it, so. And you guys mentioned that we should do it with planning commission because they got a bunch of new guys too, so. That's it. Thanks.
You good?
Yep.
Library, book, I can't think of what it's called.
The mobile library.
The mobile library, thank you. The mobile library ribbon cutting is April 22nd at the library from 4 to 6. Put it on your calendars. It's gonna be real fun.
It's not coming to us.
What's the date?
April 22nd.
Okay, yeah, we guys send
Sounds
out have Jeff send out a thing to the council.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
that'd be great, thanks. Good job.
That it? I'll try to be quick. I had a couple meetings. Transit meeting on the 18th. PGE is doing their final walkthrough, then they map their progress. The modification begins on the charging stations out there at the transit center. They'll finalize the contract. The project will start. It's about 4 to 6 months, and they're looking at a July start date. So that's moving right along. Planning Commission, House Bill 2005 was a huge discussion in Planning Commission. They're rewriting some of the code and the language in relation to that bill, with the definitions of residential home and residential facility. And that housing bill enforces some certain things that have to be in place to navigate that bill. And so, Kelly's working on that.
Can we get, okay.
They'll be here. They will have a meeting after city council on May 4th. And they will meet again before we meet on the 18th, and they will hopefully have something to bring to us. Those are the tentative dates I have written down that Kelly was hoping to get that stuff done and to bring to us.
Yeah, okay.
The county RV park, proposal out on DeBarco. I don't have a whole lot of information. I did ask Kelly what he could share. What he could share was the county is still doing what they're doing with that. He
Steve,
did.
can I ask you, did you say DeBarco?
Yeah, it's at the corner of 362nd and DeBarco. You know
Yeah.
that parcel?
Right off.
Oh,
the
okay, where that
Korean.
White House is? Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
now, the county approved a plat for 50.
RV trailers.
Yeah.
Not mobile home, but temporaries, right?
It just says.
I don't know, I was shocked to read about it on Facebook, so
Yeah.
I was like, we need to hear about this stuff, not on Facebook, so.
The only really
Sorry,
information
Deborah.
he
Yeah, no,
could
it's a
share with
shocker.
me, it will have to come to us if they need ERUs. That's a huge question right now, because it's still in the county's hands. Kelly did share with me when I did ask what they had. The owner has already signed off with the city to build on DeBarco. And they have signed to put in a trail system and give the city an easement to that trail. I don't know if it was proposed to continue Tickle Creek Trail or if it was off on its own, but
Crossing
that's,
362nd right there is
yeah,
dangerous.
but that's what Kelly could share.
There's another speed that needs reduced.
So, I mean, that's, I hope the county looks at it and realizes that that's just, I mean, not only do we not have a place for them to do their water, we just don't. But that's the high traffic nature of that area. You can build out DeBarco until your face falls off. It needs to be more than just built out to a turn lane. I saw somebody almost get hit crossing
Oh,
there
yeah.
last night. She didn't even care
Yeah.
that a car was coming down that hill
Yeah.
at 40 miles an hour, just. So, that I will keep you updated as I get more information that Kelly lets me know that is able to share with that and what the county's decision-making process is on that one. Last thing, Tyler, the mayor and I went to a dinner in Estacada 2 weeks ago and learned about a very ambitious development they're doing out there. They're taking the old mill site, about 80 acres. And they are basically, the plans look like they're putting a whole community inside that community. The developer was very well spoken. The plans looked great. They're very much in the infancy state, I believe. But Estacada, if that goes through, is about to become a lot bigger and a lot more popular. So that was really interesting to see the plans for that laid out in pictures with what they had. They've got stores, they have aged living centers, they have, I mean, it's 80 acres, it's huge. So if you ever get a chance, pop on their website, look into it. It's really, really interesting, and it will bring a lot of economic development to them and hopefully to us as they pass through. And
Those are getting big in Florida,
yeah, maybe we
the
could,
developed communities.
maybe we could, you know, in the future.
I don't have much. I wasn't able to attend C4, but the nice Ms. Lauren Gini was able to send me the link, and absolutely nothing was really discussed. So there's except for the legislative updates was about the only thing that was really interesting, even nothing in there really relevant. So that's all I have.
No report.
We met with PGE, Maria Polk, and we talked about, they're having a wildfire preparedness event, open house here in Sandy the date is, I'm not sure, but Jeff and Tyler are gonna send it out for us.
Yeah, I believe it's May 27th, but we'll
Okay,
send
all right.
a formal notice around.
We talked,
So-
they are already adding, helping support the music or movies in the park or something like that, and so we're Winterfest, that's right, yeah. But we are also asking for some support, partnership coordination possibly with lighting up the trails that are gonna get reconstructed in this summer in because we are putting in conduit in along the trails there already. And so the option to have some of those with little volleyball.
In mining?
In mining, yeah,
I got
I'm
you.
sorry,
Okay.
yeah. So that, yeah, it was a good meeting discussing things with them. We had our first LOC wastewater subcommittee meeting, but March 16th, but also another one March 30th or something like that. And I think they finally have gotten the message about this whole House Bill 2169, which I think you all should all read about. It's just kind of looking at, it's really emphasizing the option of having it become eventually legal to go ahead and do water reuse beyond just what we do, but things like piping highly treated water into the aquifer. So that's getting put on as a higher priority on the legislative priorities. And a lot of folks are very interested in it,
So
surprisingly.
that's a future bill. That's not a, so
No, it was a
for the
bill that was
next
passed in
government.
25.
it was passed in
Yeah.
25, so that's on the books.
Yeah,
now.
but read it.
Okay.
Yeah. And lastly, is there a last thing? I don't remember. It's probably not important. I met Scott it was one of the representatives at the Easter egg hunt. They had a great turnout at the Easter egg hunt and things went real well with the Kiwanis and all that. So and we're working on a grant to do some website content and park entry signs and all. So yep, that's about all that's going on. Thank you. Good meeting. Thank you. Sorry to keep you so late.